The worst kind.
The article, but saying I don't have nothing to open.
I don't know why to leave her out there tonight or not. Hello, 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 lovelies.
Hey guys.
We are here and still kind of preparing. As it's been excuse me. We're off center today. We had kidding seasons began here on the homestead, so we had triplets, and then we had a single, and she was a preemie. We had to pull her, and I was up all night with her. And the oldest son, me and the oldest son pulled overnight duty with the baby, and then hubby and then I guess took on a day shift while I tried to get some things done for the show tonight and try to get a little rest. We did take the preemie baby, and she was failure to thrive, as she was unable to stand. She wasn't suckling. Teeth were there but not erupted, so it was a whole gig. But we got her up on the hooves. Hello, total vagabonds. Welcome. Glad to see you. Thank you, Pam. You know, it's important time here on the homestead. So, we have named the new girl Sonora. As well, she was shaking up a storm. Shake, 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 Sonora. So
now that word sounds. I thought it was Senora at first.
Now
that makes sense.
Work your body in line. So, Sonora, she has been returned to mom, and they're trying to figure it out. They didn't break their bond. They still want to be together, but the nursing thing is taking a little bit extra work. But I would rather put the extra work into the nursing and getting her used to nursing mama and going out there and making sure she latches on and does a little bit of hi Darren, welcome. I'm making sure just in general that, you know, her and mom are still working on that bond every 30 to 45 minutes and have the commitment of a full-time bottle baby. So even if I can only return her to mom during the day and I have to bring this baby in overnight, it's not as drastic of a situation. I can bring her in overnight, take her back out to mom during the day, and then mom does everything during the day. That will work out perfect too. I would prefer that they just get this nursing thing down and let it work. Oh, Pam, it is St. Patty's this week. I mean, you know, I'm Irish, so I'm always ready, but never ready enough, I guess. And it's different for me now that I'm not like in my 20s anymore, guys. Like, and after all the research and everything and the shows I did on alcohol and spirits, I just do not partake in that anymore. I have drawn a very hard line in the sand with that, because I just don't want to open myself up to those things anymore in life. But, you know, again, personal choice. But so St. Patty's isn't as fun for me as it used to be. But, you know, it's still cool. It's still fine. This kid, it, so we're all offbeat right now. Hey, Kaz. Glad to see you. We are all off note and beat because of being up and you know,
and plus the time change.
And yeah. Then we have the time change too.
And goats don't care.
And goats don't care about time change. So, you know, plus I'm up all night through the time change. So it's like, wait a minute, isn't it 2? How is it still 2? I don't understand how it's still 2 in the morning. 2 in the morning. It's like been 3 hours of time. You know, but so that didn't help either. But, you know, so we're all just a little off schedule. So we're still in the kind of the middle of trying to make dinner on the homestead for everybody. My kid making dinner is doing homestead mac and cheese baked and just some all beef like hot dogs. And he's got these all beef hot dogs on my griddle. And he's got the griddle on top of my wood burner, and then he has the hot dogs inside of my little hot dog sandwich maker for the campfire. And he's out chopping mesquite so he can roast the hot dogs over the fire.
Nice.
In the wood stove, just because, you know, nostalgia. This kid. So that's kind of the gist of what's going down. I do not have a tray for you right now because I don't know what look at I do. Bitch, I have that shit. I bought one. No phone trays don't work. I bought one.
Oh, so cool. Jay and Silent Bob.
It is Jay and Silent Bob.
Yeah,
Jay and Silent Bob fight back. Boom.
Go. Tonight is
so Colorado Life with Scrappy and Red. First of all, we're going to start with Scrappy has, again, as her Sunday usual, made freaking cookies. So please forgive us if we're space cadets. Not really. I know better than to eat the whole damn cookie now.
Oh, come on.
But that aside, she is also working on
Gorilla Glue.
Getting us a joint together of Gorilla Glue, which we will be partaking. And I am personally, I have Candyland myself, which has been named because it puts you in the frozen zone.
Do I? I would say so, yeah. I mean, unless
Mike,
I think it's
now's not really a good time when I'm live on air, bro.
Yeah, I don't think I'll be in Saturday. It's remote.
So
Yeah.
we'll be doing that, and then I have actually found an entire CBD store, and so I have been able to get my hands on actual CBD flower, which has done wonders for me. Today I'm doing the Suver Haze, but it is 22.51% CBD, and 1.43% CBC, and 0.44% CBG, and 0.28% THC, which is barely like any at all. Have heard about the earthquakes? Scrappy will be talking about them shortly. The live picture that is up is Little Miss Sonora, the special preemie baby. So we have that happening. Tonight's episode is going to be pretty much the same as any other. Scarlett was supposed to be joining us. I don't know what she's doing. I haven't heard from her today. Yet at all, really. I know last night she knew that we had the show and was planning on being here, but her life changes from minute to minute to minute, so you never know what's going down. But hopefully she will be here. We will be doing all of our normal segments: Moon News Repeat, Weekly Guidance, Spiritual, which we're going to be talking about the Fall of Man and how that's linking in possibly to current events. Fukushima, the beeasy segment, and of course book time and whatever else we happen to mention, because we're already doing Colorado Life, and oh yeah, and the Homestead Hacks Pickles revisit we'll be doing as well. And that's going to be pretty much what we're looking forward to on the show for this evening. But yes, we have heard we will be discussing these earthquakes.
Multiples.
I will also say, guys, that having the access to the flower for CBD has seemingly really been life-changing for me, and I have felt better the last 2 weeks of smoking CBD flower with, I mean, I've done some more changes, but this is one of the main ones. I've stopped doing any oils and just went directly to flower, which seems to have made a huge difference. What book? What book, Kaz? So tired. all I want to do is go back to bed.
Okay.
No, I have not. I have not at all read that. Well, motorcycle versus mountain, Pam. I don't think that's really a contest. We know who won. I mean, not to point out the obvious, but yeah, no. I would think pretty much anything versus a mountain, the mountain wins.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
That's so huge.
at this point, I don't think it matters what. It's more if it's the mountain wins, because that's just how it rolls. Woo! All right, we're about to get serious now. Oh man, raining and flooding, and they were on a bike. That was just dumb judgment all the way around. No wonder the mountain won. I mean, come on, guys. If you're gonna ride a bike, at least be freaking smart and safe, guys. Smart and safe. Jesus. Hey, buddy. It's pouring down rain and flooding. I think it's a good idea to go out for a motorcycle ride. What do you think? Yeah, on a mountain in California.
Yeah, no.
They should have went Heads Carolina.
They've been getting a lot of flooding too.
They should have went Heads Carolina instead of Tails California. That's why we best friends though. Because I said that and he was like, "Ooh, I know what you're talking about." Sometimes greener, sometimes a woman
up in the mountains.
Don't try to test them. Right? Yeah, I'm just saying. That's just. I mean, personally, I'm not a biker. Okay, so I can't 100% say, but I'm just saying, like, any true bikers, any bikers I know definitely wouldn't have been out on no damn mountain, on no damn freaking motorcycle.
I probably wouldn't have had my bicycle out.
And flooding and freaking raining, being like, woohoo, look at me, look what I can do. That's whatever that is. Yeah, rock slides. Oh yeah, Kaz, totally are, because well, we've been saying that here on the show for years. You know, hello. We have been talking about crap, I'm tired, my brain's not working. Chemtrails.
I was watching a documentary about that last night.
And listen, I've known about the chemtrails and being told about chemtrails for probably 20 years, at least. One of my Reiki master's ex-husbands actually was very into the chemtrails, and he was being told by every government agency everywhere and every news station that he was, you know, basically a freaking lunatic and crazy because he thought this. And here we are now, freaking 20 years later, going, oh yeah, chemtrails totally a real thing. Oh, really? So y'all just made Kevin out to be a complete asshat for what reason? Because you didn't want us to know 20 years ago? But now it's okay because now you have figured out how to try to seemingly make it appear as though the spraying of these chemicals into our environment is needed by us. You have convinced us that the pollution of our environment not only is our fault, but then the pollution that you provide in the environment is also our fault and needed by us, while in fact it is killing us. You're fucking geniuses, government. Not really, but really. See, this is what it did to me the other day, dude. And it took a minute.
My fingers are so retarded.
Here, let me see. It's not even tight. This is just how it is. And it took a minute last time we did this in the car. Yeah. Because see, watch.
It's the rolling machine. Oh, there you go. Now it's going.
And now it's fine. Just like when I did this in the car, and I was like, this ain't working. And you took it from me and you were like, it works fine, bitch. So again, you're like, it's not working. You hand it to me, and I'm like, it works fine, bitch. What's wrong? So yeah, I mean, that's where and again, this is my show. This is JiF. This is Journey into Freedom. I'm your host, Red. My co-host here, Scrappy. And opinions are
like assholes.
Everybody has one. I'm not everybody's cup of tea. I'm more like a shot of whiskey.
I'm a shot of tequila.
A little harder to handle, but truthful. And I'll damn sure clean out somebody's sinuses. You know what? I'm not a shot of whiskey. You know what I am? I'm a hot toddy. That's what I am. I'm tea and whiskey together, not made for everybody. Not rated E. I'm definitely not rated E. I am not E for everyone, okay? I am L for like-minded, okay? I am rated L. Like-minded or leave. Sorry, not sorry, said what I said. Those are my main hashtags, because I'm gonna say what I want to say. Say what you want to say and let the words fall out. Honestly. See, guys, I don't know if you can tell, but I am feeling so much better than I have in a while. Like, it was getting a little scary, guys.
I was about 7. I believe it was 6 earthquakes.
Ooh, okay, Scrappy, let's talk. Hold on, let's see. I've missed some messagings, so let's go through that first. Okay, what do we got? Oh, hey, Tim. What's up? I missed you coming in. Sorry, bro. Good to see you. Good to see you, Tim. I didn't feel them either, Tim. We personally didn't feel them. Now that we had, what, a year or 2 years ago, I think it was? Really? Was it that long ago? Holy shnikes. Okay, but the other one that we had here, I definitely felt where I was, but I didn't feel this set. Now, yeah, Tim, I heard that there was some stuff going on with you, with the bank, and your whatever it is, your online stuff, and that you're doing like a special episode on Monday. I know, Tim, right? Right, I agree, Tim. They're not ready to break the system yet. They're just bending it almost to the point of breaking it the fuck off. I don't know, Pam. I don't know if I would necessarily say that he deregulated everything to keep his buddies richer. I mean, he did a lot of deregulation, but in honesty, it helped the community. It helped me a lot. And I know that we don't, but credit is given where credit is due. Period. That is the right thing by God and spirit and nature. And when he has done something worthwhile, he did something worthwhile. It doesn't matter how we slice it or what we want to look at. We don't agree with every president. We don't agree with everything they do. They do some dumbass shit.
But sometimes they do.
But sometimes they do some really good shit too. And we need to learn to be able to acknowledge the good and the bad. I don't like Biden at all. I don't like anything that he has done. But he may have a couple of things here or there that he has done that are good. I personally have not seen them. That's what I will say. I personally have not experienced it. However, if somebody else has, I am open to the idea of giving the credit where credit is due. Yes. Yes, you are right, Tim. Clinton did that more than anybody.
What, play with Monica Lewinsky?
Okay, so you are doing the yes, cigar Clinton. And then okay, Tim. So there is a special Bitcoin. Yeah, that's it. Your Bitcoin and crypto thing. Right. Okay, cool. So there is a special show going down on Monday about that, right? Do we have a time, Tim? Because if you want to share that, that would be cool, super cool. Because I'm trying to join you, maybe if I can, on Monday, but I may also be well, I know I gotta go to a new farm and do some scouting and stuff, but hopefully I can participate in that because I really do want to hear about it in detail there, Tim, because I have always said that I didn't trust Bitcoin for this exact reason that she was telling me about, so I don't want to give too much away since you're doing your episode about it on Monday, and I don't want to overtalk it right now on this episode because that's going to be your thing, but yeah, see, and that's bullshit, Tim. And I've been saying it for 5+ years now. Don't put your money on the internet because they could just boom, it's just gone. Like, where'd it go? I don't know. The same place the fucking internet is. Where does it actually come from? Have we ever discussed that really? Like, what is the internet? Where does it come from? Where did the money go? And where does it happen to, right? Yeah, where the same place the internet goes, I guess. I don't know. The money just poof suddenly isn't available, or they just right into the matrix. Like, it's just matrix. And we're like, oh yeah, it's in the cloud. How do we get stuff in and out of the cloud? We don't know. We don't care, but it's in the cloud. Doesn't that sound pretty? It's in the cloud.
Do you want to paint a little happy little
right? With the happy trees and the rainbows and the butterflies in the cloud. I get it, Tim. I get it. And I'm not downing anybody that has put their money. Where the fuck is the cloud, right, Tim? Yes. Yes, buddy. Where the fuck is the cloud? We don't know, but it's in there. It's like Prego, baby. It's in there. Ragu was no Prego. It's in there.
It was Prego.
Yeah, because think about it, Prego.
Oh, yeah. Duh.
It's in there.
It's in there.
It's in there. Ragu was always the water sauce.
Yes.
You got to think about that. What the even is that?
Either one of them. I like leprchaun. So we've been doing lately.
Prego was always my go-to, but to be honest,
I will get that if something else.
yeah, Prego has always been my go-to, but in 100% honesty, lately I tend to lean towards the signature brand.
Okay.
Just as good.
Some of them
Just as good as Prego. It's got chunks, but not too many. Do you know what I mean? And how do we do this? How do we go from talking about stuff on the cloud to freaking spaghetti sauce? Here we are. Welcome to JiF. Sure. It's a big farce, Pam. It always has been. For real. Now, back to we're gonna talk. I'm gonna let Scrappy bring up these earthquakes here in Colorado because she did the research, and this is her like debut, like little. I did my thing for the
I
show.
did my homework this time. My dog.
Right. So we're. You know what, Ragu was okay for like your stuff back to spaghetti sauce, man. Because I'm telling you, we are all fucking snack fatties. Okay? I don't care who you are, you're a snack
I
fatty.
need some brats before I come over.
See? Snack fatties. I'm telling you. We're not like fat, we're just snack fatties. We're like, we love food, man.
Well, no.
And I think that's a big misconception that we should start doing away with too. You don't have to be fat to love food.
Yeah.
You just have to eat it in balance.
Truth.
And stop eating shit. That would be the other thing. And you know what? You can say whatever you want, but no, you literally are eating pieces of shit. And a lot of what you're eating.
Mm-hmm.
If you're eating a lot of processed foods and things like that, you're eating crap. It's just crap. Don't put that in yourself. Anyways, okay, so Scrappy on the earthquakes. Go.
Yes, just last Friday, Colorado had like 6 earthquakes in about 24 hours.
6 earthquakes in 24 fucking hours.
And then 2
How did I miss this? Where was I? When did these happen?
When I saw them.
What were the dates? Do we know?
This past Friday.
Friday? Literally on Friday, we had 6 earthquakes.
Well, we were out running around.
Right, because we were doing errands Friday together.
We were doing his. The adulting with Mike, and then Saturday was up. But I remember seeing a post on Facebook about it, and it was just one at the time.
Right, okay.
And then I was, getting ready to do the show, or looked it up some more for the show tonight, and saw that there were actually 6. And 2 of these earthquakes were among the 20th strongest on record. For the state just for the state of Colorado. And the 2 of them were a 4.3.
Wow, that's actually pretty big for out here.
Yeah, and those were over by north of Segundo.
Ooh, so okay, all right.
And then we also had a 2.8.
How far is that from you then?
It's near Trinidad.
Okay, so it's near Trinidad, but how far is that from you then, Tim? Because I know you said you didn't feel it, but I thought that you were up around that area. Maybe you're further out than I think.
It was like, because then there was a 2.8 in Valdez. I believe that's also near the Segundo Trinidad.
Okay,
area.
yeah, probably, I'm sure.
A 2.5 also in Segundo. Another one at a 3. and a 3.5. All of those, most of them, all of them, but one was in Sevilla, and the last one was a 3.5.
Wow.
But all of these in the same day.
In the same day. So like within hours of each other,
Yeah,
or
like
it just kind of was like a slinky system?
Was the night before at 11:06 p.m.
Okay.
And then there was one at 1:40 in the morning, 2:43 in the morning, 3:50 a.m., 8:30 in the morning, and then the final one at 1:30.
So it was like,
It was like every few hours.
decreasing.
Mhm.
Huh. Interesting.
Well, not exactly. Well, it was strong at first, and then it started decreasing, and then it started picking back up to the last one.
Wow. Now, see, that's unusual.
Yeah. Well, it's like everything's waking up in the area. Does that link to the
well, and for us
Yellowstone?
here, right? And for us here, these earthquakes super dangerous because
We have a fault line
avalanches,
out
man.
here.
Avalanches are a real thing here.
We have a fault line along with Sanger de Crystal.
We do.
Yeah,
And-
so I just thought that was kind of interesting.
Yeah, for sure. Tim's in Loveland.
That's up at Denver.
Oh, nice to know, Kaz. Thanks for the info. Kaz says that it is now on record or whatnot as 4.3, but they downgraded it because originally it reported as 4.9.
Oh, okay. So how did it get downgraded?
Well, like Kaz says, we know that they lie and downgrade magnitude. So we haven't really heard much else than what she's keeping up with there. They're not really giving us a whole lot more info. They're pretty quiet-lipped on this earthquake thing around here. Because I know when we had it the few years ago, they were. Well, me too, buddy. Oh, hold on. Cool. Scarlett might be here, guys. She might be heading in. What do you want, child? What is going on? Aww.
You got some good kids, right?
I'm freaking telling you. I mean, they're kids. So let's not over that. But yeah, for the most part, you know, I mean, in all honesty, for my kids' age and what's going, you know, down in the world today, I am definitely freaking blessed in this child world because, yeah, holy oxtails. So yeah, Scarlett should be joining us. She just messaged. She was up late too, doing weather stuff, and we were talking because we both had to be up doing shit. So she fell asleep and just woke up. She's gonna be heading in though. You know, she needs a few minutes to get her shit together. Oh, cool. Cool, Tim, cool. I'm glad to hear that, actually. So, yeah, I'm definitely glad to hear that. And so we've heard a little bit about these earthquakes going on here, which again kind of scary because Not really a popular thing in Colorado, earthquakes. Like,
No, not really.
not really something that goes down a lot. So, again, something that is like weather related going on in the world that is a little like, what the freak? Okay.
California's flooding. I've heard some about it.
California's got all that flooding, there's tornadoes and stuff. I mean, and I guess it is tornado season and all, which is cool. But so let's do while we're waiting on Scarlett, because she's heard it already and knows it, and mostly probably everybody has by now, but let's go ahead and repeat March and April's moon news. Let's get that done and participantly out of the way. So March's full moon, the crow moon, says that it's time to accumulate and collect on your fulfilled promises that should be rolling in from the February new moon cycle and the new moon itself. This cycle of the March full moon cycle, which is what we're in right now, guys, is going to help ride out that emotional romance and the renewal of relationship vibe. We're going to again be led through techniques to find balance with your everyday functions, routines, physical and spiritual, health, infinite disorder, and the call for order. We need to remember that our spiritual selves more in this moon cycle. There is going to be some sort of crisis situation. This could range from things like a Jiminy Cricket kind of consciousness crisis to sudden realizations of what we lack in life. However, this is going to leave you on a path of very immense opportunity, allowing you to explore emotional needs in context of your household. We still need to remind ourselves not to lose sight of and continue forward with your balance between work, service, practical, and impractical. Man. Like, for instance, is it practical for me to light this again?
Maybe it's telling you, I need a break.
Okay, practical, impractical. We need to explore emotional needs in context of household. It's going to lead to the illumination between criticism and acceptance in your own experiences. However, you also need to remember that it's still a very emotionally driven moon cycle. So all of these feelings mentioned before are still going to be present, and any emotional revelations or burstings into your consciousness right now, you are going to you're going to find over the next 2 weeks of this particular full moon cycle that people are about to learn today. And what that means is you need this release, these things from your system. You have to express your feelings. You can't repress them. And it needs to be done in a balanced way and with great caution, carefully, remembering that you're not in particular prone areas of rational thoughts or feelings during this moon cycle either. So you need to pump the brakes a little, lovelies. We need to be on high alert and listen for those intuitive thoughts. leaning to the eye-opening awarenesses in work, habits, health, and routines. This sap moon is the final full moon of winter. Right before spring equinox, the vernal equinox is March 20th. This is the start of spring equinox and will carry you through the last part of the moon cycle, leading you into April's pink moon vibes on April 6th. Overall, the March moon cycles are going to carry those heavy, emotional, needy vibes, but in a good and hopefully lucrative and fertile way. With this crow moon leading you into astronomical spring and the end of the astronomical winter. The new moon in March is going to be on the 21st and starting toward that April energy. This warm moon will not be setting Easter's date this year. The pink moon of April is going to be doing that. So this moon is going to be a no compromise feeling. It's going to lead to action taking, and it won't be fooling around. And that needs, and the need for safety is going to be directly linked to order and clarity. Still, with high sustaining emotion. So, that need to get those imperfections cleared, we should maybe be a little more self-tolerant, declutter those chaotic and disorganized things. It's not a good time for surgery, so don't recommend going there. Remembering that we are not in control and our expectations may be too much. We need to trust in the universe and the universal consciousness and allowing it to do what it does without questioning it. Be faithful this moon cycle to yourself and others, as well as spiritual and physical. You're going to see the need for that spring renewal and clean up. Lovely. Things get so winter cluttered and disorganized. Those to-do lists will start rolling. And with your need for order approaching, keep in mind that you want to work smart, not hard this year. That reboot feeling is strong, especially in the new moon cycle, and you need to take heed to it. So just keep on living, lovelies, and roll with it. Oh, that's awesomely amazing, David.
I'll put this before you put one. Oh, cool. You got you set
That's
up.
awesome. Can you get rid of that little white box? Thanks. Yeah, moon news is pretty cool, Tim. Now we're going to do April's moon news because that was March. And I already have April done. We dropped April's moon news last week. So recap. April 5th/6th, which is more like early morning April 5th. You'll see it. Yeah. Thanks for that, Tim. Glad to know that you found a very accurate March. I have found so far to be pretty accurate. So then going forward into April, yeah, the cookies are delicious.
It's almost heart shaped.
Love is in the air. It's springtime everywhere. Yeah.
Do you want these?
It's springtime everywhere.
Well, if you didn't switch. Yeah, so he
Yeah.
a little bit.
Yeah. Let's pay attention to that this year, Cass. Let's definitely see. Well, we're there, aren't we? And we just had earthquakes here in Colorado. So did we have any 6 to 8ers, or let's kind of watch that, and we'll see where it leads. So April, the pink moon, also known as sprouting grass, egg, full fish, it's going to set Easter's date. It's also the first spring full moon. Easter will be April 9th. We are going to be in Libra for this full moon, and it's still holding more promise of fulfillments from the last moon cycle in March. So, the first of spring still going to be riding those Twitter-peated feelings, fertilization, or epiphanies, relationship dramas, all due to this heightened emotional vibe still flowing. So it seems to be a big emotional theme this year. This also keeps logic dampened down, and thoughts are not always leading to rational behavior, but irrational actions instead. So be on high alert. Learning compromise this full moon cycle in relationships and just all things in general. Maintenance compromising all things such as maintenance compromising, grace, negotiation, and balance. So that balance must be kept of self-need and partner needs, independence and autonomy, dependent versus companion ability. This moon cycle is going to introduce feelings of diplomatic equality focused on fairness, to value authenticity over tactfulness, and be energized by self-independence. So, epiphanies on a relationship level will become prominent as we experience revelations of self-independence and our need for relationships, leading to healing pathways for self this moon cycle. Gaining better balance, looking for feedback and the acknowledgement of it within the means of your own relationships is going to be important this moon cycle. We will be feeling less burdened and freer this full moon cycle. And all of this is going to be rolling you towards the next moon cycle. The new moon cycle, which will also be a solar eclipse in Aries on April 20th. Then on April 21st, Mercury is going to roll into retrograde, and we all know what that means. This new moon is the second for the year and the last in Aries. So it's the first solar eclipse in Aries since 2015. This calls for life-changing events, leaving old to make ways for the new. This is calling for some fresh starts. Also, it's going to lead to those pesky emotions again, but now they will be uncertain and wanting to rush into decisions and problem solving unnaturally quickly. You have no deadlines if you have aligned and followed the flow of the moon news so far. So do not rush. Slow down, make strong and good choices. Do better. Don't react, respond. Think things through. Proceed on your own timetable in a comfortable fashion. No surgeries during this full moon cycle, leading you towards the May full moon cycle. Effects of the solar eclipse will be in flow for 6 months or longer. So, putting emphasis on personal plans, courage, self-assertion, strong focus, and independence. Long-term changes are coming forth in these areas. This cycling mix will bring about challenge to issues around independence and personal courage. Now will be a good time to continue that self-mastery and empowerment by ridding yourselves of the things undermining to you. This cycle mix will bring forth where we have not been true to your authentic self. Now is the time to be supported to make those changes and endings needed for self-growth, and knowing that you can handle the changes that are coming. Still going towards enterprising and being straight, no repressing, sincere, brave, and incorporating all this into reality is in your own life. To take action, to be new, be innovative. This new moon cycle, move with confidence and zest. That time for true assertiveness has arrived. To change your life, start the new projects, and discover your personal courage. This is a time to reevaluate your own relationship with yourself, to make important life changes, acting on your hunches, taking risks this cycle. You're going to learn through experience and actions, so be adventurous with your self-exploration. This solar eclipse energy with the new moon is so intense for things of self, leading you to discover benefits of expressing self-authenticity. Who we really are. No repression, no mask, and no lies. Learning to rely on yourself and loving it. Leading to your inner happiness and knowing you can be self-sufficient without blaming anyone for not helping you. Self-realization through experience that breaks your routine and are new and fresh. Some obstacles are going to clear this cycle as you struggle with fears and ambition. This is still going to lead you to encourage the courage, good sense of opportunity, to be resourceful right now. It's a good time for self-growth, improving self through experience, which is how we know anything. Innovative new journeys start this mix of cycles. You want to act quickly, but refrain from jumping to conclusions or guessworking. Consider the feelings of others and their reactions. Learn the difference between being assertive in a healthy and confident way rather than blind and brash with false bravery and confidence. All of these energies are leading to long-term beneficial life changes. Paying more attention to circumstances, flaws, and substantial systems will reveal in your lives during this eclipse energy. Redo and restart. Let go. Allow things to end so that new ones can begin. May need to give some things to receive some things greater to be able to move forward, to start the next new chapter. Surrender to the unknown, no matter how unrecognizable it seems. Although it's unknown territory, you have the advantage. Major personal development seems to be the ongoing theme for the month of April, and this will lead to continuous movement in the next months. This solar eclipse is rare, so make sure you keep lookout. Try to prepare and watch for it. There will be a ring of fire this eclipse. All in all, we are still flowing toward a fertile and prosperous, albeit challenging year. So many mixed energies this month, and this Mercury retrograde hitting us on April 21st will be more of that weird flowing energy trying to distract you from the positive being brought on, the heels of the bad. Balance and see where the energies lead you for May's full moon cycle. Until then, we will keep ourselves as works to be more refined. This month, more self-work and strength, and keeping your balance with others. That's where we're at with the moon news. So, that's good. That's good. That's good. Let's see what we missed. Anything? Okay. Yeah, Pam. And we were up late too. Taking care of the preemie. I'm very sorry to hear that, Pam. And so now let's go ahead and roll right on into weekly guidance after moon news there. Hopefully the moon news is pretty accurate for everybody. Like I said, and Tim said he found last one's to be pretty spot on. I found it to be spot on. So far this month I have found March to be pretty spot on. As we follow through with the rest of March, we'll see. April, I can't imagine, isn't going to be fairly pretty accurate. So, you know, we're there. Last week, our guidance was pretty much just as a recap. Mahakohan Ragokefi, and that's the teacher, and he comes to help with esoteric learning, spirituals, teaching, and efforts towards world peace. The message, teacher and learning, teaching, experiences, relationships, time to pass knowledge to others, current situations, bringing opportunities for spiritual growth, teaching you important life lessons, understanding and accepting those lessons, getting rid of old patterns, replacing with wonderful new experiences, asking yourself what blessings are in the situations that are brought to you, forgiving a teacher from your past, and urging to teach others your skills, things of that nature. So, I mean, I feel like that was pretty spot on, even for what the moon news was saying too. It's almost like they hand in hand help each other every week. So I do like that. That's always great.
Lets you know you're on the right track.
Right. For sure. Oh, okay. Sorry. She's been waiting on me. Give me just a second.
I have
copy, right?
It's kind of like that. Because my oldest cup is a big fat cup. Because I usually end up.
I'm sorry.
And so that's like my go-to cup. It's always there for take it down.
Oh.
Josh is taking it into his room.
There you go, buddy. Hope that helps you. Okay, Hopefully she gets to join now. It's been giving her a hard time and not letting her. Yes, Scarlett. Not letting her in. So hopefully this helps. Can you retain these? Ow! You too. Crap in my foot, man. Cramp in the foot. This is live. So forgive me.
We can't move.
Oh man, that hurts. Like, oh, you know what?
Or did you trip last night on something?
Elijah trampled my foot. He sure shit did. And I think it's catching up a little bit. Okay. The llama, Elijah, trampled my foot. So, that's happened. Oh, it says I have a guest. Hi, guest.
Hi, Scarlett.
Hi, man. Can you hear me, dude?
Actually, we
Oh my God.
can.
I have never had so much trouble getting in
Now
the
it's sort
studio.
of staticky.
I know. It was being
Okay.
ridiculous.
So we said that we could hear you, and then it I don't know what happened there. Oh, wait. Try now.
Isn't it live? Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah. Good job.
It turns you back down.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes. So you.
Oh yeah. Remember? Yeah, you gotta remember it. Your device always does that if I have to come back. But oh my God, I thought I would never make it.
I'm sorry, man.
It's like a journey. I know. I was supposed to bang my head on the wall. That's why I kept sending you those screenshots because I'm like, this is all I'm seeing. This is all it's letting me do.
You're about to do weekly guidance.
Yeah, glad I'm here for that.
We just got done repeating last week's weekly guidance, and we just got done doing full moon news, or the moon news is for March and April, but you already heard them.
Right. This is true. But that's to know, because that means you could probably go back about 20 minutes.
And I do believe Tim is still here, so hopefully he's here, and still, because he was here, and he was all excited about moon news. But Tim says that last month's moon news was like spot on for him, so that was exciting.
I felt like moon news was very spot on for me too. I feel like it might have been spot on for you as well.
It was, and this month has proven to be pretty spot on so far.
Yeah. I mean, it's just interesting, Not that we 100% say follow this or you know what I mean, but it's interesting how if you know about the moon news and then go through your life, not that you're necessarily even consciously putting effort towards these things, they are happening.
Yeah, so it doesn't overheat. My phone might overheat when we do the shows.
Hi, Pam.
Yeah, just all the people.
How's it going? Yeah. Hello, everybody. Oh, hey, Casimiro.
Emma came to join us on air too, and I didn't think to.
Hello, my peeps.
If he wants to join, because I know he's got. But do you know what time your special episode's going to be with Tim about this Bitcoin thing? Because I did want to try to join. And let the listeners know.
We were talking about a 7 p.m. your time, 8 my time, type special tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it's the best thing to do. Small update on that, everybody. I know our listeners have been, checking in on that. So Silicon Valley Bank basically crashed Friday.
I didn't say much about
a lot of the hedges.
We're doing your episode on it on Monday.
Right. So that's why I'm going to give everybody a little preview before we go on to weekly guidance, because this is really important why we felt the need to come up with an idea for your show. Silicon Valley Bank owns a lot of companies and venture capital money, and basically it's been holding our economy together, and something made these people go and take their money out of the bank. But the bank did not have a with them. So basically, they had to tell everybody, you can't get your money out. Well, it started making people panic. Other markets are selling off. Basically, like, if this bank would have been allowed to warning, the rest of our economy would collapse. Today, Janet Yellen, head of the Federal Reserve, said, we're not.
Crap. Said what? Because, are you still there? Buddy. Buddy friend, they kicked her right the hell out, didn't they? Sure as Nelson. Oh, she's back.
Turn it back up.
Yay! Huh?
Remember, you gotta turn it back up.
Can you hear me again, Red?
Nope, nope.
I can totally hear
Just
you.
let
Now.
me know. Oh,
Right.
okay. So basically, since they don't want me to tell this story, long story short, she said we're not helping. But then miraculously this afternoon, they were like, "Oh, we're gonna bail them out and cover their depositors who want to take their money out." So first they said we will not bail out. Literally, the economy depended on it. They decided, "Oh, we'll make it happen and we'll somehow absorb the money that they lost." Now, this is a very dangerous game by the government. We started having multiple banks fail. We were told they wouldn't get bailed out again like 2008. Here we are. Basically, too big to fail.
Right.
And that's pretty dangerous that the bank in Silicon Valley is controlling our economy. Like, straight up. Like, when you really think about it, it's not, what we sell, it's not what we do, it's literally banks in Silicon Valley that have nothing to do with the way the rest of the country works. It's a dangerous game. So we're going to be talking about what the consequences are, what the market fallout is. It could be less than originally we thought when we were going to come up with this program, just because they decided to do the quick Captain Save-Ho. We don't know yet. Tomorrow will be the test. Tonight, as the foreign exchange is open, we will have a better idea going into tomorrow morning how much this actually costs.
Interesting.
So that is my update. Yes, so tune in because this could affect.
It just
Again,
threw her out again.
it's because they listen.
It does not
They
like
know
her.
we're talking about something different.
Yeah, and now she's gone again.
Mm-hmm.
BS. Because we weren't having no issues at all. And then Scarlett joins, and all of a sudden they're like, shut it down. Like,
Like she's the big bad troublemaker that just came in.
Right. We don't like her. Shut it down. Shut it down immediately. Dirty little fun havers. Alright. So.
Is he at St. Elmo?
Is
he at St. Elmo? Your picture really fucking.
Maybe.
Because it looks familiar.
I don't know. Okay, so weekly guidance. Oh, she's back. Guess who's back? Back again. Okay. Scarlett's back. Maybe not.
Oh, wait.
She's there. But there's nothing.
I was wrong. It's close to where
this is bunk. They let her
Yeah.
in, but they're
Yeah,
not
sure,
letting her
make it
speak,
so
I guess,
it's all
maybe? I
nice.
don't know. They hate
They're
us.
like, he lives right next to a place
Um,
right off the building. It don't work though.
let's, okay. So,
I'm just here. Just continue.
okay.
They'll let me talk when I can
No,
talk,
they
I guess.
totally don't let you talk, G. Like,
No.
it's
Yeah,
not
they're
even.
mad at me tonight, and it's fine. It's fine. I guess I'll just be quiet and we'll just let Red talk. What the host is Red. I'm Scarlet. I'll be quiet. Like, for real, that's how they're treating me tonight. Isn't it how they're treating me, though?
I don't
Like,
know why. We were just saying how.
It was like you were the big bad troublemaker.
Yeah.
You came in and they had to shut us down.
They just started shutting it down. I don't know why. Like, and she's gone again.
Fuck Facebook.
Dude, you
Tell
don't
them
even
that
gotta
fucking
talk,
ass.
apparently. They still shut that shit down. So, okay. Weekly guidance. Let's do this. Tags. Okay. So, our weekly guidance is going to be brought to us by Baba. And basically, he's there to encourage Uganda to teach yoga to the Western world as a way of spreading enlightenment. They also believe that he is known as the Deathless Avatar. And that he learned to overcome all physical limitations. The message is yoga, and this is backed up by other ascended masters and guides, and they're leading us to do some regular yoga. Its benefits being one of the answers to questions that you may have. You can increase your clarity, your energy, your flexibility, your toning, and your physical awareness. And you may also meet wonderful new friends, and you can have fun in the classes. It's an ancient tradition among spiritual practitioners and esoteric and masteral benefits. He really suggests that you take heed and do that your back, welcome back, stretches often, practice breath work, and do full inhales and exhales. If you know yoga, teach it. Invite others to participate with you. Go learn together as a team, and even watching the videos and doing them at home. And that is the suggestion for the week, yoga. Very interesting. So you don't even gotta talk, so you prove that shit wrong. Scarlet, just saying. Apparently. See, they took her away again already. And she didn't even say one word that whole freaking time. And as soon as I mentioned her, they took her out. Yes, be on your bed there, Dan. Guess who's back? And she's back. Guess who's back? Back again.
Scarlet's back.
Tell your friends. See, she's not really back because she would have been in on that.
You would have thought
She
like,
would have jumped
Mhm.
right the hell in on
did you have to
that.
turn up the volume again though?
Pump up the volume. No, because she doesn't
No.
even have the little rinky around her thing saying that she's trying to talk.
Oh.
See what I mean?
Oh, okay, I see what you mean.
Yeah. Like if there was a ringy and nothing,
Gotcha.
that's how I know that I can't hear her.
She got the Mario mushroom? Or no, I don't even
it's
have her.
nothing. They didn't even let her pick her
okay.
avatar or something. Or she got tired of doing it because that could be it too. You're just like, you've made me come in here and restart this how many freaking times? Idiots. What? Oh, well, welcome back. And, oh, yeah.
I'm not saying a word. I ain't saying shit. I'm just gonna be quiet. Just come in here and sit down and not say nothing.
You just sit down and shut up, man.
You know, man. Punny.
My God, you just, I don't know why I have talked so freaking much. Hi, Sam. Welcome. Welcome. And did they cut you off again because they were like chopping you up? I mean, I know we said come in, sit down, shut up, but we didn't mean it. I didn't say that. They said that. I was hoping they didn't mean it. Apparently, they're pretty freaking serious. I don't understand. What did you do to piss off the like StreamYard gods, dude? She's upset the hive or something. I don't know. Like, holy nickel fritz. Okay. So, what have we done now? We've done everything we did. Weekly guidance. We've done moon news.
Spiritual.
Oh, are we ready? Yeah, I guess spiritual would be the next. The next part, because we usually get through that kind of quick. So again, as per my usual, the Aquarian Gospels, we are going to talk a little bit about the Fall of Man, chapter 32. We're going to skip right to 4 there. So, man is the marvel of universe. He's a part of everything. He's been living on every plane of life. Time was when man was not, and then he was a bit of formless substance in the molds of time, and then a protoplast. By universal law, all things tend upward to a state of perfectness. The protoplast evolved, becoming worm, then reptile, bird, and beast, and then at last it reached the form of man. Now man himself is mind, and mind is here to gain perfection by experience. This, again, following motto with Moon News and last week's weekly guidance, and then the yoga guidance of this week.
Chili Frito chip pie.
Now man himself the mind is often manifest in fleshy form, and in the form best suited to its growth. So mind may manifest as worm or bird or beast or man. The time will come when everything of life will be evolved unto the state of perfect man. And after man is man in perfectness, he will evolve to the higher forms of life. Welcome back. Back again.
Scarlett's back.
Tell your friends.
What up, Scarlett?
Oh, she didn't know.
For a moment.
Mm-hmm. But we
I'm
cherish
just
the
listening now.
thought.
You bogus. Dang.
Dude, I've been feeling so much better. You have no idea.
I can see that. I'm glad my downfall is giving you life.
I am like getting my spiciness back too, and my funny is coming back. It's been pretty great.
I mean,
And you know,
I'm here for
I'm
that.
on a special roll. I'm telling you, this CBD flower is some really, really amazing stuff.
I've always been a big fan of full spectrum anything, so
Right, right,
you know, mixing your CBD, your THCs, you know, and now your CBNs, your CBGs,
right.
all the
Mm-hmm.
CBs and THCs.
Mm-hmm. So
That's good shit.
we are talking about we're in the Aquarian Gospels talking about fall man.
Over
And
right.
not food, man.
Okay.
Should be funny.
Jesus said, Barada Arabo, who taught you this, that mind which is the man may manifest in flesh of beast or bird or creeping thing. Barada said, from times which man remembers not, our priests have told us so, and so we know. And Jesus said, enlightened Arabo, are you a mastermind and do not know that man knows not by being told? Man may believe what others say, but thus he never knows. If man would know, he must himself be what he knows. Do you remember when you were of ape or bird or worm? And if you have no better proving of your pleas than that some priests have told you so, you don't know, you are guessing. So regarding not what any
Interesting.
man, right? What any man has said,
Also, hello, Sam. I don't know if you said hello to Sam, but
I
hello,
did.
Sam.
That's what the
Hey,
heya
Sam. Hey, girl.
or hail was. Yes.
I think my comments are a little behind.
They might be. They might be. That's okay too.
That
Have you
is okay.
seen
But this is
if
interesting though
your
because it makes you
internet's
what? It
going?
makes you think.
Hey,
Well,
girl.
it just brings me back. Hey, girl. Hey. It just brings me back to this morning when we were at church and they were talking about. Oh God, what was the guy?
Now, before you even say this, just let me say that Scarlett and I have not spoken today
We have not
since she's went to church.
at
So,
all. I was so tired. Yeah, I was so tired, y'all. I was up all night and then I didn't go to bed till 2 o'clock and then I overslept for the show. And I didn't
right.
mean to, but I still got up in time. Like
So I need to
it
point out
worked out.
that if my spiritual message is in tune with her spiritual message from church today, it was not planned. We do not know this. Okay, go.
Oh, okay. True, true, true. Yeah, no, I feel that is important to preface. What was his name? Epiphanes? Epiphanes? Dang it. We were reading in First Timothy today, and there's this man, right? and his name is Epithecus. And they just talk about how he was kind of there to listen and sense as like an average man. He wasn't like necessarily extraordinary, just that the presence he could provide became extraordinary. And it's just interesting, and that's what it reminded me of, and I thought I would bring that up.
Huh. Cool. So he goes on to say, regard not then what any man has said. Let us forget the flesh and go with the mind into the land of fleshless things. Mind never does forget. And backward through the ages, and masterminds can trace themselves, and thus they know. That which begins will have an end. If man was not, the next time will come when he will not exist. From God's own record book, we can read, the triune God breathed forth, and 7 spirits stood before his face. Hebrews call these 7 spirits Elohim. And these are they who in their boundless power created everything that is or was. And these spirits of the triune God moved on the face of boundless space, and 7 ethers were. And every ether had its form of life. And these forms of life were but the thoughts of God, clothed in the substance of their ether planes. Men call these ether planes the planes of protoplast, of earth, of plant, of beast, of man, of angel, and of cherubim. These planes, with all of their teeming thoughts of God, are never seen by the eyes of man in the flesh. They are composed of substances far too fine for fleshy eyes to see, and still they constitute the soul of things. And with the eyes of soul, all creatures see these ether planes and all the forms of life, because all forms of life on every plane are thoughts of God. All creatures think, and every creature is possessed of will, and in its measure has the power to choose. And in their native planes, all creatures are supplied with nourishment from the ethers of their planes.
Which,
And
if people don't know who we're talking about right now, we're talking about the giants, like we used to talk about with Gary Wayne.
right, yes, we are.
That's
Yes,
who these
we
people
are.
are, and we're explaining actually their hierarchy and how they existed. But
Correct.
this is before they broke away and did not do what God said. So let's go there.
Correct. So it was with every living thing until the will became a sluggish will, and then the ethers of the protoplast, the earth, the plant, the beast, the man, began to vibrate very slowly. The ethers all became more dense, and all the creatures of these planes were clothed with coarser garbs, the garbs of flesh, which men can see, and thus this coarser manifest, which men call physical, appeared. And this is what is called the fall of man.
Oh, literally, they just summarized it. Dang, I was just ahead of time. I'm sorry.
Yep. But man fell not alone, for the protoplast and earth and plant and beast were all included in the fall. The angels and the cherubim fell not. Their wills were ever strong, and so they held the ethers of their planes in harmony with God. Now, when the ethers reached the rate of atmosphere, and all of the creatures of all of these planes must get their food from atmosphere, the conflict came, and then that which the infinite man is called survival of the fittest became law.
And I wonder what 100% made that turn, because it doesn't explain that necessarily.
No, it does not.
We just know that it occurs.
It says
And it makes you wonder.
It says when the ethers reach the rate of atmosphere. We don't know what that is, but it also says that they have to eat the atmosphere, which again goes into hand with all of this chemical stuff going on and us talking about that terraforming thing. Perhaps we haven't been looking at it from the spiritual notion.
Of what they would need to come back through the ether.
Correct.
Or what other layers of being would need. Because
Correct.
remember, we just explained that there would be multiple different beings on different layers of ether.
Right. Right.
You know, and they didn't say if they were good or bad either.
Correct. Well,
I mean, so there's a lot of things to weigh. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, yes, you know, like, is it good or bad? What actually is it? When did it occur? Why did it happen? Can it happen again?
Well,
Would
it
it be
does
worse?
specifically say, though, Scarlett, too, that survival of the fittest became law. So survival
Yeah.
of the fittest will again become law when they come, is what they're telling us. So what we've been
True.
telling everybody about preparing yourself and getting ready, we're not messing around, dude. This is also a spiritual message.
Well, we have brought that up too when we interviewed Gary Wayne, that we believe that there could be a time when the giants return.
Correct.
That maybe all the giants were never extinct.
Right.
You know, maybe they've just been lying
Now,
dormant.
here is another scary part, okay? Because it goes on to say, are you ready? Because what have we been saying? That they're terraforming to farm us, right?
Yeah, because I mean, honestly, how else do you quantify 17 different train derailments since January?
Mm-hmm.
About 11 of which had hazardous chemicals.
Correct.
All chemicals that would affect the
Chemical
atmosphere
plant
greatly.
explosions.
Mm-hmm. Yes, chemical plant explosions too. Metal plant explosions at
Right.
that.
Right.
Where certain
So,
metals and heavy metals would go
right.
into the
And we
air.
said this to farm us, okay, whether by government, whatever, right? So in this next one, it says the stronger eats the bodies of the weaker manifests. And here is where the carnal law of evolution had its rise.
Ooh. Okay.
So even
And that makes sense because, you know, we
spiritually,
have talked about Darwin in the past, you know,
correct,
and how his work was a work of fiction that the public ended up believing as truth. Much like a lot of what happened recently with the years 2020. Okay. People putting something out that wasn't necessarily truth that everybody picked up as the truth, right?
right,
And that would make sense. It would have carnal or nefarious ties
right,
because that system isn't necessarily in order of God's law. Man's law, maybe yes,
right,
but not necessarily God's law. So I always thought that was interesting, and it's funny that it says that became a carnal thing,
right. See?
and
And
that just clicks with me because it comes from that raw, rough, you know, animalistic,
exactly.
deep inside.
Yes, ma'am. And then we continue on to say, so now man in his utter shamelessness strikes down and eats the beasts. The beast consumes the plant. The plant thrives on the earth. The earth absorbs the protoplast. So in yonder kingdom of the soul, this carnal evolution is unknown. And the great work of the mastermind is to restore the heritage of man and to bring him back to his estate that he has lost when he again can live upon the ethers of his native plane.
Mm. And this
So,
makes sense. Now, mind you, let's think about everybody, you know, if you want to call it new agey or whatever. Let's
right,
talk about the movement of 3D, 4D, 5D that's been happening for a long time, right?
right,
according to this, the concept of 3D, 4D, 5D would be correct. It would fit into the fact that we are supposed to be on a higher plane as human beings, that we are not meant to be interacting on this plane necessarily,
Right.
that we are to be rising to a higher plane. Now, there are some people who call themselves so-called experts, etc., who claim that during the last couple of months, and this is why Moon News reflects this, is that everybody's leveled up. Now, there's few stragglers, there always are, but that the majority of souls have chose to level up.
Right.
When you think about where we are in time and with these type of passages, we could be moving back towards that, because remember, they talk about basically the Nephilim coming back,
Yes.
and also talk about us going back into the right place.
Cherubim have not lost their planes, and that is too why we don't see them here.
And that would make sense, because until we rise to their level, so to speak, match their energy, so to speak,
Yeah.
match that vibration and wavelength, we can't tap in.
Correct.
And this is what people have been saying about the spiritual world for how long? That they are more connected, more tapped in, more on that level, and this would make sense. That it's just a higher ether level.
Right. And on a personal level, I can say that I have been practicing and telling people about this for, I guess, about 20 plus years now, because of my certifications and how long I've actually been doing all of this, which is really scary when I have to swallow that pill.
Yeah.
That hurts a little bit.
Well, I think it only hurts too, because it hurts a little because you've seen it evolve to the point we are now.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
And you know, so you're seeing a little bit of foreshadowing, foretelling at the same time. So it's like new uncharted territory.
Yep.
Because we don't know what it's like to be in this ether or plane.
Nope. Sure
Our
no.
souls might, but our physical flesh, carnal selves, as it explains,
And
would
like
not.
he said, unless we remember, we don't know. Someone else is just telling us, and we can't. We do, but we shouldn't be believing word. We need to experience it in order to know it. And that is God's truth.
Right.
So that experience thing that we've been talking about in the moon newses and the weekly guidances that have been throwing it out there, again, being pretty spot on, even with what's going on right now. And it's scary how well that this fits hand in hand with the current and everyday event.
And going back to the sermon today at church, actually, this ties in again. If they brought up, why didn't Paul just heal when he went to Philippi? And this is in the book of Philippians.
I have actually the answer, according to the Aquarian Gospels, is because he wasn't supposed to heal. What?
Correct. Exactly. You see what I mean? Certain things have to be left up to God.
And then Jesus rolled in there and healed on Sundays anyway, and had to answer for that. And he said, "Why wouldn't I?"
Just a licky liquor.
Well, and then they eventually talk about in the history that at some point they lose that. There's some ether that is lost with that. And it just, it clicked in, because it's like they talked about how, at one point he maybe could have healed him with the hand, but at a certain point they lost these energies. And it makes you wonder, is we left those other ethers.
We not only left the other ethers, but we walked out of faith.
Yeah, that's true too.
Because a lot of accessing this energy and progressing to that next level is walking in faith.
Right. Yes, and you do have to have faith. And they were talking about, like I said, dang it, I can't think of what the actual scripture was, but they were talking about, how they said he was so sick and, God needed him to suffer. um,
Well,
so that he could understand.
suffering purifies the soul.
Right. Well, sometimes, people ask, why would God have you walk through the same things, or why would he want you to struggle? Because so you can appreciate on the other side. Sometimes your soul is not meant to be pure on this earth in that way, where you have no sickness, no problems, no
And
pain.
and again, going back to the you must experience it to know it. So to teach others, you must have experienced it. So you're going to have downfalls because those need to be shared with others just as much to help teach them and plant that seed of walking in faith.
Exactly.
And that is how we continue it forward. That is what we are to do as these messengers. Because I hate that word prophet. So, where was I? Okay, so the thoughts of God change not. The manifests of life on every plane unfold into perfection of their kind. And as the thoughts of God can never die, there is no death to any being of the seven ethers, of the seven spirits, of the triune of God. And so, an earth is never plant, a beast or bird or creeping thing is never man, and man is not and cannot be a beast or bird or creeping thing. The time will come when all these seven manifests will be absorbed, and man and beast and plant and earth and protoplast will be redeemed. Rahana then was amazed by all of the wisdom that this Jewish sage Jesus was, telling him. So now the wisest of the Indian sages and the chief temple, the Kapavishu, hears Bharata speaking to Jesus of the origin of man, and he hears the answer of the Hebrew prophet, and he says, "The priests hear me speak. We stand today upon a crest of time, and 6 times ago a master soul was born who gave a glory light to man, and now a master sage stands here in our temple, and the Hebrew prophet is rising star of wisdom defied. He brings to you the knowledge of the secret things of God, and all of the world will hear his words and will heed his words and glorify his name. You priests of this temple, stay, be still, and listen when he speaks. He is the living oracle of God." And all of the priests gave thanks and praised the Buddha of enlightenment. So, that's wow. Just trying to absorb all that can be like, holy crap, because, when you look at the current events and then you're like, look at all these chemical things, look at all this stuff happening.
Everything going
Is
on, even
this
the weather.
what's going down?
Yeah, it could be.
Because spiritually, yes. And now, it's like Sam had said about because hey girl, hey, about synchronicities and how your stuff, Scarlett, at church is still interacting very closely with the spiritual message that I was told that I needed to share tonight from the Aquarian Gospel, which backs up what you were taught, and we were able to bring those two totally different books together and show you how they fill in the gaps for each other.
That's true. I don't know what you're talking about because I had to go run, but I agree. And so,
I was saying how me reading from the Aquarian Gospels and you going to church today, and how the spiritual messages intermix, and we were able to bring the two books together
Yes.
and fill in their gaps.
And that's what we've always said, is that this book complements the Bible. We're not saying it overrules the Bible. We're not saying it replaces the Bible. But what we've always said since we dove into this even years previous was that the book complements, it fills in holes, it layers in information that seems to fit. And 9 times out of 10, if it feels right in your soul, it probably is right.
Right.
You know what I mean? There might be that time where you are deceived, but the messages and the information and the layering of data that happens, if you've read the Bible, just like I've been able to do tonight, I can fill in holes. Oh, we learned about this in the Bible. Oh, this happened in the Bible. Oh, because it layers together. It complements. It doesn't, because I want people to understand, we're not saying that this book overrules, but it complements.
Right.
Just like the books of the Septuagint. Remember when we went through those?
Mm-hmm.
Book of Enoch and, all the other books of the
We've
Septuagint.
always said, just like it tells us, that it fills in the 30 years that the Bible is missing on Jesus.
Yep. And it did make sense, when we learned that, Jesus was in India and
Right.
working with the Hindus and taking certain aspects of
And here
Hinduism.
we just heard about him working and being called a living Buddha.
Right. Right. Where he imbibed all of the religions. So now, if this is the one thing I think they want to hide from people, if we
Right.
could hide the fact that Jesus the Christ went around and actually interacted with all the religions, whether they be
But a
Muslim,
mix of truth
whether
and
they be Jew, Buddhist, Hindus, all the religions of the time, right? Mystics,
Mhm.
etc.
Yep.
Then that means that he tied them all together within what they called the way. Because let's remember, Christianity wasn't always called Christianity, it was called the way.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You would ask people, do you follow the way?
Right.
And people would say yes or no, because Christianity wasn't the thing then. The name and term Christianity came much later.
Right.
I believe it actually came from like Constantine or something, if I'm correct. Somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's where it came from.
Right.
And that's what people have to remember, is that if he did touch all of those religions, it would make sense that Christianity has the way to blend and bring everyone together. This is seen as of recently in the large uptick in revivals worldwide.
Right.
Revivals, Uganda, revivals, United States,
Right.
revivals everywhere. I mean,
Correct.
honestly, in this day and age where most young people do not believe in religion at all,
Right.
and definitely not organized religion,
Correct.
to have full blown on revivals happening.
Right.
That's a big deal. That shows something, God is on the move. Something is happening.
Right.
We need to be ready for something. What, we don't know yet. But it's something, because why else in a time where, honestly, God is at his smallest in people's hearts and minds, would there be full blown revival?
Right. Right. So, I like people to know that, again, Scarlett and I didn't talk today.
Nope.
I had no idea what her church messages were, and this is what was brought to me to share, and then the way that it filled in the gaps and tells us again that you know, the spiritual synchronicities and what's going around right now, you know, are proving more towards that and that fall of man.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, something is happening and it's bringing people back to basics, which to everybody might look different. You know, it might not be religion for everybody, it might be something else.
And Moon News is telling you too, that self-awareness, that self-learning, that experiencing.
Yep. Experience is the best teacher when it comes down to it. Nothing can take the place of experience because, for instance, you can learn something in a book all you want.
Right.
And let's say you go to school to do something, and then you finally have your on the job experience, and it's not the same.
Right.
That book didn't prepare you for that.
Right.
Only experience can. So there's certain things that, you know, you can learn all you want about it, but until you go through it, you will never truly understand.
Yep. That's a lot of why Reiki is taught the way that it is. Or, well, originally, before they started all these new age ways of teaching it, you know, like when I got all of the certifications, I was made to hold like level 1 for so long and level 2 for so long, and you had to have active practicing. You had to be out there doing it and experiencing it to learn it to be able to go to the next level.
Right.
So now when I hear, oh, I can just go online and get the certification for, like, you know, cheap to nothing, just know that you get what you pay for, man. Like, if you don't have a master helping you and you're not experiencing and doing what should be done in between, you're really not learning it.
No.
You're
And
guessing.
again, you're just reading a manual and then you're acting out the manual, but
Right.
not necessarily experiencing the action.
Right. Exactly. Exactly. So it's not, again, I don't fault anybody for how they want to learn. But from what I have been taught with everything, that is just unheard of, to be able to teach yourself Reiki, because you do need somebody to kind of help you experience it and open you and do those 3 attunements and that energy vibe. So, you know, for me, and I believe that it's different for every person, and what you experience, because, you know, like, I put myself, you know, I got level 1 in Reiki, and then I just kind of like blew that off and thought, yeah, okay, whatever, because, you know, I was lucky enough to be living with a Reiki master at the time that was like level 1, boom, here you go, start self-healing. And I did self-healing all the time, but I just, whatever, you know what I mean? And then she was like, well, you've got to have level 1 for so long, and you've got to practice that self-heal and work on your friends and your family. And nobody really wanted to be worked on with Reiki way back then.
I don't even know. I mean, I've heard of it, but I don't know.
So, you know, but and even still, being a master, you still learn things about it that you didn't necessarily know, or that you now see differently than you did, say, 15 plus years ago when you learned it. And what you were told. So there's some controversy in places there too, but I still believe that you need that hands-on with, you know, the experience with the master to actually learn, because that experience
With
carries you.
any type of energy healing
Yes.
and stuff like that, like maybe it could be taught through like a DVD webinar type of thing, Zoom. But
Right.
even then, that's pushing it. Now that's a little bit more being able to capture the essence of the experience, and the energy would still flow through, right?
Right. Right.
But just reading, I don't think is sufficient enough in anything like that. Whether it's
And
like healing touch,
the whole self attunement thing bothers me. Like, for me, you know, I know that that was a vital thing when I got those attunements. I know that it's vital when I give those attunements to students that I have. So it's hard for me to imagine that you can do that to yourself, because you haven't experienced it yet. So how would you be able to do it? Because the first time that you really ever do something is when you're experiencing it. And then you master it. No matter what we're talking about in life.
that is true.
You know?
I just think when it's like healing arts like that and energy exchange and um those sorts of things, they are best done in person. You know, um, I just do. You know, it's like you wouldn't Zoom your prayers to God. So why would you?
Well,
You know what
this
I
whole
mean? Like
place would.
you wouldn't use an intermediary outward sort. You know what I mean? So when you think about it like that, I just think it brings barriers that prevent true entry.
Right.
And maybe that's not the case for everybody. Maybe some people can pick it up that way. I'm not doubting that. But I think there's something that's taken away. Because let's think about it. A lot of our society has no physical interaction anymore.
Right.
You know, people barely talk. They definitely don't interact. They're not going out together as much. You know, people are just talking on their phones and texting and group chats, and
Right.
there's no real connection.
No, just digital, it seems like.
You just digital, right? Unless you've got a few people who are down, you know, half the people don't even want you to call them nowadays. They're like, oh, just text me.
Now, I am bad about that to an extent, but I am
Right.
like
But
also
you do like
down
to show
if
up
you
in
do
person, though. So I'll give you benefit of the doubt on that. That I know you well enough to know that you do show up in person, though.
right. And I am the type
Like,
though, if you call me, I'll always talk. It's just me
right.
actually making the call. You know, I'm lazy.
Yeah. Now, see, now initiating, okay, yeah, but you're still there if somebody wants to connect in that way.
Oh,
Where a lot of people are
absolutely.
like, do not call, only text me. That's the only way I like to be contacted.
Yeah, no,
And I
no.
think that takes away a personal touch.
It does. It really does.
You know, there used to be a time where you talked to all your friends on the phone. I mean,
Yeah.
that was your way
Mhm.
to link up when you couldn't see them. I mean, that was just really a tool when you couldn't see them.
Yep.
It
Yeah.
wasn't the link to stay together. And
True
that's changed.
statement.
Mhm.
Ain't it though? Like for real. Like I've been thinking about this lately. Like, and I thought we were talking about again at church today. Today church was on point. Let's just put it like that. Because we were talking about it in the hall afterwards, you know, and how we were talking about setting our clocks back, right?
Mhm.
And I was talking to the one young girl at church. She's about 15. And, I was like, there was a time where, we didn't have cell phones that, had, the master time on it. You had to hope that, one of your clocks didn't stop and that you had the correct time. And you'd probably usually set it all to the kitchen clock.
Come on, my
You know what I mean? You picked one clock and you set them all based on that clock because you didn't have something that told you what time it was. You could call that phone number that would tell you the time. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, you could get the weather and time.
Yeah. It'd be like, time is.
I thought
Yeah.
it was like movie things at one point.
I think it did.
Movie phone. Remember movie phone? Yeah, movie phone. You could call in and then you could get they would actually read you the reviews.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be like, oh, this movie is a action-packed feature with bop, bop, bop and starring. And you know what I mean? And they would tell you about it. And then you could listen to that. Or there was one where they would play the top clips of the top 5 hits too, where you could call in and it'd be like the top 5 songs on the Billboard chart and they'd play like a 30-second clip from each. And you thought that was great. Because you used to have to, I mean, not that digital's any different than a CD single, but, you used to have to go buy those to listen to them. But even that, everything has been removed from a physical interaction. Now, vinyl is coming back, so people are going to more record stores again. But think about that. To listen to any music, you used to have to go out and actually purchase it somewhere. You had to go to like a Sam Goody or FYE, or you had to actually go somewhere to buy it.
Yes, ma'am.
You had to go to a music store, even. Like some of the big box stores had CDs, but not the good ones.
Right.
And you used to go there with friends, or you would even talk to the person who worked there about music.
We had them a lot of times in the mall.
Yeah, you did. And you would go with friends and you would talk about the music that you saw. Oh, I want this CD. Oh, I want that CD. Oh, I have this CD. Like, you would actually sit and talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
When's the last time you even saw someone share a song?
We had to listen to the music because
yeah. They used to have those little stations where you could listen to like a preview of the music at like Sam Goody's. They had the little headphones you could put on.
Oh yeah, you could preview
and listen to like a few preset ones that they had out. But think about that. There used to be a whole interactive experience.
Right.
Just gone. No one does that anymore. When's the last time, like I just said, when's the last time you even seen somebody share a song and share a new song that wasn't a clip from videos or reels?
Mm-hmm.
That didn't become a viral sound. I mean, when you really start thinking about it, people used to use music more.
Right.
And that's kind of been removed. A lot of our social interactions have been removed. And I think that is the byproduct or the making of why our society is less interactive and cold to each other. Because the things we do, we don't have to interact anymore. It's like Ready Player One, like I've been saying for years.
Yep. That was a good movie.
Where they get you to live in the oasis and put on the virtual headphones and just live in that and do all your work through that and play through that. That we're almost there. I mean, we're halfway there for sure. And that's concerning.
Right.
Humans aren't made to be cut off from each other in that way. It's already bad enough the way we cut each other off. But if we do this might be like the final nail in the coffin. Legitimately, I really do think something isn't right.
Right.
Kids don't hang out with kids no more. There used to be packs of kids. Even if there was loader kids, there was still like a pack of loader kids.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like legit.
On bike.
Like, on bikes or walking, but
You
all in a
found
group.
your friends because there were tons of bikes out front of somebody's house.
Yeah. Or even if you weren't in like the cool groups, you always at least had one or two friends that were willing to hang out.
Right. Uh-huh.
There was always somebody. And now people don't have that anymore. People are lonely. Lonely people can be dangerous for many reasons. I'm not saying it in a negative light, but it's just you become desperate for human interaction. And especially after the last few years, people became damn near recluse. That
Right.
affects people's minds and their
Right.
souls and their psyches. I think that's why people are looking for more in many different avenues, whether that's like the new age movement or the self-care movement, which a lot of times I think self-care is just another way of being selfish. Um,
Yeah. No, true.
because you know what they're giving people? No, because honestly, a lot of this self-care stuff are what they taught people, like in the hospital, like in the psych ward, as coping mechanisms.
Right.
So it's not really self-care. It's like you're teaching people how to soothe their trauma on a daily basis and not actually deal with the trauma, just self-care. And this idea has exploded into like I said, a selfish thing. Oh, I need this or that because self-care. I need fancy coffee drinks every day because self-care. I need to go get manicures and pedicures and go shopping every week because self-care. Like
Right.
that's not self-care. Yeah, if you're the type of person who works hard every day and you never give yourself a break, yes, self-care. Yes, yes, yes. But if that's not what you're doing, I see a lot of people taking advantage of self-care in the guise of being selfish. And that's
Right.
not what it's about. It's about, if people talk about, the empty cup thing, you can't pour from an empty cup. A lot of people are. So it's about pouring back into your cup, you know, but they're taking it too far. This human
Right.
connection thing has gotten disrupted. I also think that's why organized religion isn't working. You know, that personal human connection has been broken.
Right.
People feel awkward around each other now.
Yes. I would agree.
People don't even know how to interact. Parties don't happen as much anymore. Get-togethers don't happen as much anymore.
We don't have barbecues.
Outings.
No, where the barbecues at? I want to go to the cookout again. Like, where they at?
Right.
I'm just saying.
I want the barbecues back.
Me too. Me too. Me too, friend. At least we have potlucks at church, so at least I get that. But it's because we all choose to come together as a community too. If communities stop choosing to get together, then it's only as good as you could make it.
Well,
But there's
and
something
we
there's
were
something
so
in
forced
that.
for 2 years.
True. Now, does that go back to the faith thing that we were talking about earlier though? Like, I think all these things are tied in together. They may not seem like on the surface like they make as much sense, but like, is it people's reduction in faith that have made them less reluctant to be with other people?
Right.
Because if you don't have faith in anything, how can you have faith in your fellow man?
Exactly.
A lot of people have lost faith in fellow man. And for good reasons. Let's not, glass that over. But I think we also have to be optimistic that we can all get better. But is everybody thinking that way now? I don't think so.
No.
And that's a sad predicament to be in, to be one of the few who want us to do well as a group. But like I've always said, you cannot sink your own ship and throw the captain overboard. we've said this before on air. I know I've said those exact words. And that's what people are doing. And then wanting to drive the ship. You can't do that. Now we've sunk our ship. What good is that for us?
Right.
You know, I think that's where we're at. And people are shooting themselves in the foot now. And they're trying to plug this up with like toilet paper. And it ain't gonna work.
Right.
They're replacing it with something that's empty and meaningless, is basically what I'm trying to say.
Sure are.
You know, and I'm not saying it has to be Christianity. I really need that part to get across. But it has to be something.
Well, I think
And
that,
people, you know,
it's like, you know,
people don't even have time to focus on one thing anymore either, though, to be fair.
I think it's that many roads lead you to the same location vibe again. You know, it doesn't really matter how you get there, except your individual experience of how you got there. Do you know what I mean?
Right. Oh. No, I haven't seen that. The video where the guy made where he rolls up on the bike and just goes inside and is like, let's go. Like, interesting.
What's wrong? Okay. She's shivering.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, we got a goat issue.
Okay.
That's true too, though, Sam.
Sonora just had to come back inside because she's too cold outside overnight.
Is it cold tonight?
It is supposed to get down to 27.
26 or something.
Okay.
So that is pretty cold for a preemie baby
Always windy.
that was in the warm all night long.
That already has been having a little bit, of struggle.
You know.
Yep. And then, see, exactly, they're reading, Sam said she was reading about the Gen Zers. And they were saying that they'd never had people, like, had that like people did in the 90s.
Right, yeah.
And that's sad. To see, look, I grew up then, so I remember this. I was there. Okay. And it's true. We had real connections because guess what? You called your friend and you talked all night.
Right.
Or you called your friend and you told them everything. And it wasn't just like a quick text and something you just glanced at and didn't look at again.
Right.
You spent time. I mean, think about how much money people spent on long distance phone calls just to keep people in their lives updated.
Uh-huh.
Hundreds, thousands of dollars people spent.
Right.
And now that message is not cherished.
Mm-hmm.
It is looked at. I mean, think about how many notifications. I get hundreds, if not thousands, of notifications a day.
Right.
From all the social media platforms I'm on and all the messages I get, and this and that. How can you be present? You can't. I can be present for those who try to reach out to me personally. But to be present for every single message and be, have genuine interaction for every single message, impossible.
Right.
Impossible. People do refuse to take accountability for their actions. That is true. That could be another layer of it too. If we think about the days of like Aquarian Gospel of Jesus the Christ and, antiquities of past, you weren't allowed not to take accountability of your actions.
Right.
That's all you really had.
Yes. Good, bad, or indifferent, I did that.
Yes, correct. And they would pick you up. And
Right.
then, if you were killed or had to go to jail or what, like, you just had to do it. Whether even you did it or not, like, that wasn't even the point. Somebody was taking accountability for said action.
Right.
And that's just the way it was. There was no, like, skipping out on that.
Right.
Your word was your bond, even. And for a lot of people, your word is meaningless. They don't care.
Yeah.
I
Well,
mean, it's
that
sad
is
but true.
because the people giving the word don't care.
I mean, that's true too. But it's more common than not.
Right.
And that's what's concerning me. Just
Definitely
as
way
we're
more
getting,
common to
isn't
not
it? Now that
your
people will be
word
quick to
or
lie. Yeah.
to
Or to make an excuse.
right. Mm-hmm.
Oh, something happened or this or that, or I just didn't, or, whatever it is.
Right.
Everybody's always got a excuse set ready.
Right.
Instead of, just saying, oh, I wasn't available, I couldn't do it, or,
Right.
to take your
Mm-hmm.
responsibility.
Yeah. No,
Too many
for sure.
people have a problem with follow through. And maybe
Yeah.
that's our problem, is that we've lost the ability to follow through.
That's not right.
There's got to be some rhyme or reason to how we got here.
Right.
And it was a group effort. I'm not going to point fingers at any one group, person, type of. No. We all got here somehow. But how do we get out of this now? And to try to return to something meaningful. Because that's where I think we're at, is people are yearning for that now.
Right.
We all are.
Sure.
We're tired of lackluster interactions. Everybody is. And we kind of did it to ourselves without adapting a balance between digital and non-digital world.
That's true. Yeah.
So many people for so long didn't want to embrace the technology too. So it kind of created that divide for a long time where it was like, oh, do you have social media? Do you not? Do you even have a smartphone? Oh, no, I don't. But now pretty much everybody does. You almost have to in certain
Right.
aspects. You almost can't live without one.
True.
Honestly. Some things you can't even get in the mail anymore or whatever it may be.
Right.
We're
Right.
starting to get limited. Honestly, it's almost limiting us more than expanding our options. I think we're going to have to return to the time of face-to-face, person-to-person interactions, person-to-person dealings again.
Right.
I don't know how we do that, though, without trying to collapse everything in a way, because will people let go? But
Well,
we got to make it the norm again, basically.
yeah. And part of what, with all of this terraforming and all this bullshit,
Because how easy is it to take over us while we're all fucking fighting? Let's go there.
right.
Let's
And
go there. If they were to be terraforming to come right now, it would be a good time because everybody is not getting along for the most part.
and the whole fighting thing again, right? Okay. So freaking Fukushima news, because Fukushima, we don't freaking forget, right?
Nope. Never forget Fukushima till the end of time.
So China, it demanded Tokyo, Japan, to get approval from the neighbors before like releasing all the contaminated water.
Fair enough, because honestly, you can't stop where it goes once you put it in the ocean. So For China to be like, yo, bro, like, we don't want that shit. I feel
Right.
like they probably already gotten some so far and don't want it. If I
Um,
was China, I would want somebody dumping radioactive waste where it could hit my shores.
yeah, no, me neither. And so, one of the things that they have failed to say is what they'll do if Japan doesn't follow the demand and releases the water anyway.
What they say.
They haven't told us that. They've just demanded
Oh,
that they get the approval of every neighbor. They want an approval from every neighbor.
I feel that's fair though because it does affect everybody's ecosystems, wildlife, marine life.
Right.
How far inland can these particles travel?
Again.
You know what I mean? Like, can water wash up on the shore in China, and if I'm on the beach, I could carry it on my shoes back to my village type shit? Or, you know what I mean? Like,
Right.
that's kind of important.
Right.
Like,
Fill
just
my
saying,
whole
China
village.
might not be too far off with that. You know, Chinese eat a lot of seafood, as do the
Yeah.
Japanese, so they should be concerned. You know, all the sushi, sashimi, and all the fish dishes, and all the things they eat from the sea.
Girl, you ain't lying.
For real though, I'd never go to Japan and eat food. I would love to just because wouldn't that be cool? You know, eat under the cherry blossoms and have geishas and shit. But no ma'am. Not not after Fukushima. That thing is the island. No ma'am.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Mm-hmm.
I
No.
appreciate the Japanese and their people, their culture, their history and traditions. But I'd love to go eat Japanese food, but I'll eat it in America because there's no way. I almost don't even want to eat Japanese Wagyu beef now thinking about it.
Yeah, I
Like,
know.
dang. That just almost ruined it for me. I
Right.
just even thought about that. Even just eating Japanese Wagyu beef. I mean, what if there was, like, radioactive contamination in that?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, Kobe beef, maybe, because that's only one part of Japan.
Right.
Or special Wagyus if you know where their origin. But the whole island probably is trash.
Right.
I mean, honestly, you can't tell me that those particles in the water just stay in the water and don't transfer out of sea spray or go up into the atmosphere into raindrops or
Right.
like nope.
I hear it. And then like with I'm gonna do the beeasy thing and let's talk
Have you
about
got to open them up yet? Or?
no. So we're gonna talk about the worker bees, which I think is very appropriate for what we're talking about right now too. Because like, the way that a beehive works is freaking amazing. Like the fact that they know what they're born to do, they just do it. It's very kind of regiment in what they have to do. And they're
Yeah, it's like and it's definitely one track. Like their one thing is to like protect the hive, have it grow,
right.
be
Okay.
successful.
And that's what
Like
we learned, like the queen. The only thing she does, she lays eggs. That's her whole purpose.
that's her whole job. There are bees that just bring just the food. There are ones that
No,
just lay pupas. There's ones that just, and
no,
create other little worker bees and
not
go feed them. Like.
anything else in the hive other than the queen. The only one that can do any laying is the queen. She's the only one at sexual maturity.
Yeah, but there's other bees that afterwards come and like fill it with the royal jelly from her and like do
No, no,
things after she lays it in there.
it comes from the top of their heads the worker bees' heads, and the worker bees.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they fill that little cell, whatever the pupa's in, with that if they want it to turn into potentially another like top worker bee, and or the queen could only initiate another queen in case she died. But there is a mechanism for that in the hive, just in case they lose one. They will turn on hormones to try to create another queen bee.
Yes, they will. So the workers, they're all female. All worker bees are females.
What do the males do then? Sounds like, you know what I mean? Sounds like.
We're going to cover the males next week with the drones. But this.
Next week. Okay.
Right. Because last week was the queen. This week is the worker bees. So they're all female.
So ladies first.
Right?
Right.
Okay. So while worker bees exist in all bees, it's a term that's mostly only used with and in relation to honeybees, interestingly enough. The worker,
I wonder how bumblebees work then.
But they work almost virtually the same, but we just refer to it differently.
Yeah, I'm sure. You know what I mean? Now that it just made me wonder, since you said that it was more exclusive to honeybee. You know what I mean?
Right. So the workers do all the things from pollen to nursing the babies to making honey. They gather the pollen from the flowers. It's gathered in pollen baskets on the hind legs, and it's brought back to the hive. There it will be turned to food for the new brood. Any pollen on their bodies will be carried to other flowers and sometimes rubbing off on the pistil, which results in that cross-pollination. Fruits particularly need.
Oh, Sam said they don't do anything. See, I knew men didn't do anything. Look, why do more males in the animal world do nothing? That's for next week.
Yeah,
but I would just like to say that
their whole purpose is to breed and die.
That could be convenient, though.
I'm saying, you know what like, you see what I mean? Like, why are so many more animals like that, but not us? I want to know. Like,
right.
why do some males sit on the egg? You know what I mean? And will sit there and protect it. And other species, they don't. I just curious.
Right. And we need to really make sure that we pay attention and recognize that almost all of the world's food supply depends on honeybees and their accidental cross-pollinations.
Which makes a lot of sense, though. There's a lot of plants that you cannot pollinate without that pollen transfer.
Right.
You know, if you didn't, you'd have to sit and hand pollinate.
Right.
So that is true. I'm sure maybe a lot of varieties of plants that we don't realize got created by pollen mixture.
Correct.
You know, seed mixing with the pollen, that pollinating it, boop, we get something else.
Yep. So they get down by sucking up nectar, mixing it in their stomach, taking that back to the hive, and shoving it into wax.
It's puke?
Yeah.
Virtually. Yeah.
Oh. No, not virtually, is puke.
And shoving it into wax cells and evaporating it to make honey.
This is what I thought they did. See, yeah, that's what I thought. They put that stuff in.
So they only live a few months.
What?
Yep, 6 to 8 months in winter and 1 to 2 months in summer.
So the bees that you see every year are technically different bees.
Yes. The only one that has remained the same is the queen.
How long do queens live?
Queens live 5 to 6 years.
Oh, so they kind of, oh, okay. That makes more sense too, though, because I feel like they have more time, you know, kind of like a president with like a term. You know
Like,
what I mean? Like they have a little more time to work with that group and maybe give it some characteristics. So by
right.
the time it dies off,
But during that time, if she slows in any way her production of egg laying, the workers will immediately start making a new queen and kick her out.
dang, you got to be on point.
Right.
The queen bee got to be with it, or else you
Right.
out. And that's
So,
interesting though, that she must be top performing.
right. At all times.
Right. Like you got to be on point all day. But to think, when you really think about it, let's think about a leader. You
Right.
know, who wants to follow? When people want to follow a leader the most is when they're slick, on point, sharp,
Mm-hmm.
you know, doing the things, you know, production is up. You know, let's think about it like a company. You know, people
Right.
want to follow that person. They
Right.
don't want to follow the person who's not, like, you know, making money or sales or progressing. You know, that wouldn't be beneficial if you're going to put your whole existence on it.
Correct. So sometimes they will live up to 6 months in the summer if there's no queen to the colony to like try to make an emergency queen, which we discussed last week. So they must keep the hive temperature as well steadily. So the nursery, the middle of the hive or the center frames has to stay around 93 degrees to incubate the eggs.
What
And
was the temperature?
93 degrees.
Which it makes sense why on the hottest days of the year you see the most of them. Otherwise, they're probably in that hive trying to maintain that temperature.
Correct, correct.
Yeah, that would make sense. Like, think about it. When do you see the most bees? It's like 95 degrees in August. And,
Mhm.
like, you know what I mean? You're at the fair or something, like, and it's all around, like, sweet, sticky stuff. Like, that's when you see them the most. But it makes sense that that would be the day that they feel like venturing out. Because, you know, hive temperatures being maintained, they can kind of go, you know, poke around, see what's going on.
Right, right.
Hmm.
So if it's too cold, they swarm to bring up heat to hot. And if it's too hot,
Makes sense.
worry because they're going to carry water back into the hive and evaporate it with wing wind. So the
Oh,
worker bees will hatch. It takes only 3 days for this. Then,
dang.
yeah, this is crazy. Listen to this. It's crazy because then they are fed royal jelly first, and then every feeding
Right,
from
right,
then on
right.
is pollen and honey. For 6 days, they're fed this diet, and then it turns the hatched larvae to pupa, and then it spends the next 14 days being shoved back in a cell and sealed back in to emerge.
Dang.
Yep, and
Like,
then
you
it
know how
spends
everybody always says you
14
wish you
days,
could shove the kids back in? Bees
right?
do.
And then it spends 14 days as a pupa sealed back into the wax cell to emerge on the 21st day a full grown working bee.
Now, okay. Um, that makes sense.
So then they're essential as the workers do everything except the egg laying and breeding. So
Right.
workers do the cell cleaning.
And who is breeding? Just the males? Are males breeding worker bees?
So we covered that last week with the queen. The queen is the only one that breeds. She's the only one brought to sexual maturity. She takes a breeding flight before she becomes full queen when she is a virgin queen and has killed all the other queen larvae so that there is no threat to her throne. She will then be prepared and she leaves the hive for up to 3 days and does a breeding flight and then mates up to 15 drones and comes back to the hive and she stores that semen in a special little place, and that will now supply fertile eggs for the next 5 to 6 years.
Dang! Dudes would be mad if the humans could do that, wouldn't they? You could
Right.
just hold it in a little pocket, like a pouch or something. You could just use it as you wanted to. That would be what's up. Jess, I'm with you on this. I feel like these bees got something we don't. They might have got it figured out. Dudes don't be around, and you could just take their seed and make the babies when you want.
Yeah, she is totally a hoe. The queen. But anyway, so back to our workers.
Right.
Okay, so a worker does cell cleaning for for reuse. If it's not to the queen standard, they will do it again. And these workers are only in day 1 and 2 of their life cycle. In day 3 to 6 of their life cycle, they are then made nurse bees, feeding worker larvae that consists of worker jelly, secreted from the same glands that they're on their heads as the royal jelly. This is also a time where they may go to special cells that they fill with semi-royal jelly, similar to the royal jelly, but more honey flavor. More what we are sold when we are told we're buying royal jelly.
Right.
Day 6 to 12 of their lives, they will become advanced nurse bees. These workers now produce royal jelly and feed the queen larvae and drones for about 1 to 3 days. Then feed them honey. Days 13 to 8. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Days 7 to 11. Some of these advanced nursery bees may become queen attendants, caring for all her needs.
And how do they decide all of this? They just send little signals. How do they know?
They're just, I guess, they just know.
Isn't that interesting how you would just come out knowing?
Magnificent in this manner.
Right. Because, I mean, just think about that. You just come out and know.
Right.
No one teaches you.
They take care of this queen from feeding to grooming, and while doing this, they get scented by the queen's pheromone, or the QMP, queen mandibular pheromone. They unknowingly then carry this scent through the hive, and this keeps the hive informed that they still have a good and healthy queen. Then days 13 to 18 of their lives, these little girls become wax production. So they build new cells, repair old ones, so that they can keep and store pollen and nectar brought by other workers. Wax is excreted through younger workers in the spaces of their abdomen. This is what they use for wax comb construction. From day 19 on, they may continue this or branch out into activities. These include being leveled up to seal in the honey. When matured and dried, this prevents the honey from absorbing any more moisture from the air. Another activity is drone feeding. They require being fed until they can feed themselves from the honey supply. They could do the honeycomb creation. They take wax from the wax production and use that to create the comb. They could do pollen packing, as it must be stored and mixed with a small bit of honey, since unlike the honey, it does support bacterial life and will go rancid without proper care and being mixed with that honey. They also may propolize. This basically keeps the hive sanitized. They cover the hive walls with propolis. They get this from plants. They add enzymes, and this now has antifungal and bacterial properties and aids ventilation at the hive entrance. Sometimes they add excess mud to this mix, changing it now to geopropolis. This has displayed anti-prophylactive and antimicrobial properties, as well as been proven as a source of antibiofilm agents, and this has also been shown to fight cancer cells lines in low concentrations compared to normal cells. Workers may also do mortuary work. Everything dies, right? So these guys remove dead bees and failed larvae. This will keep away disease and allow cell cleaning and reuse. They also do the fanning. This is actively done by the workers, and they cool the hive by evaporating water and directing the airflow to or out of the hive appropriately. They may become water bearers. They obtain the water when the hive is overheating and then spread that water on the backs of the fanning workers. They may become guard bees. These protect the hive entrance from intruders like wasps and, well, me. How many guards depends on the season, the species of the bee, the entrance size, and the daily traffic in and out of the hive. Then, days 22 to 42 of their lives, they are pretty much till death now, they are workers that are now foragers and scouts. They will go up to 2 to 3 miles for nectar, pollen, or propolis sources. Workers are all female, but they're all infertile. Worker bees' stingers are actually a complex organ, allowing the bee to defend the hive and the self from most mammals. They will go for the base, finding it not by sight, but by sensing the high levels of carbon monoxide. They have barbs, so when they sting, it is usually left behind, leaving the venom sac to keep pumping. Unfortunately, it also removes or damages other internal organs, killing the bee. The barbs only really stick in mammals and birds, so other animals can be stung multiple times by the same worker bee.
Ooh.
Thus, the life of the honey bee worker.
That sucks, but kind of cool in some ways. Like, it's very quick and fast paced.
Right? And like you said, how do they know? How do they know what their job is? Like,
Yeah. Who decides?
For you, like they just know. Like they're just born, and they just know what they're born to do. They work towards that. They're perfectly happy doing it, and they don't bitch.
But what makes them not infertile if, like, say it don't work out?
Like, how does that get decided? Like, is it just
Royal jelly makes her fertile?
Yeah, but they said they created in their head thing, don't they? Which one? You know what I mean? Like, I'm with her on that. Like, how do they know which ones to produce? How does it know? How does it know?
The eggs into the queen cell, and then whichever one comes out first gets fed all the royal jelly and becomes queen.
Did you see Sam's comment?
Well, I already said about that earlier. I was like, yes, she is a hoe.
I did not hear that.
She is a total hoe. The queen bee is a hoe.
And how do they know to pick her? And how does she get picked? You know what I mean? Like,
chewed out.
Like, because, like, in people, like, the leader would be chosen by different, like, properties.
She is the first one to escape a cell in the queen cells, which makes them coming up queens or virgin queens or princesses, as I like to call them.
Right.
They are eggs that are laid in the queen cell. The queen cells then are, they're capped over. So the first one that chews its way out is going to be queen. That's it.
Okay.
She's picked. If two do it at the same time, they're pitted against each other till one kills the other one.
What?
Necronomic rules. Like from Riddick, yes, ma'am. You keep what you kill, bitch.
What?
And then she has the option, once she fights, that she can determine she doesn't feel safe in the hive and take half the hive workers and split.
Oh.
Or she can choose to stay. If she chooses to stay, she will then sting every other queen larvae, and kill it, so that there can be no other options for the throne.
Welcome, Valiant Thor. We have theoretical physicists listening. I don't know if they're enjoying our show, so we appreciate that. Thank you for tuning in. Red just got some bees recently, so we've been diving into interesting facts about bees, and it's something I guess I haven't paid attention to ever really. I mean, I knew about bees, we learned about them a little bit, but to know that they have such intricate design and then somehow just know where we have to be taught everything, right? Like, we just don't come out knowing things. Like, we might know how to suckle, but even then, not everybody does.
Right.
To just come out innately knowing, I think it's something that
it
is
blows my mind
interesting to watch in the animal world.
It blows my mind that it is so intricate. Like 1 to 2 days you do this, and then you progress from 6 to 9 days to do this. Like, it's very very age set, and the age is so fast.
Right, like, we don't have anything that would be, like, really quantifiable that we do as human beings that would be so quick.
Right.
That's like jumping from kindergarten to grad school in a couple days.
Right.
It's interesting. Like, that was just kind of the thing as you were explaining it. I was just like, huh.
Right, exactly.
And then, without these small creatures,
we're really glad that you're here.
Yeah, and without these small creatures, both of us, garden, right?
Right.
We definitely appreciate the homesteading aspect of life, and we both do that.
Right.
And I noticed, last year, and I was talking to one of the arborists when I bought my trees, and I was asking him, I said, because I bought apple trees in particular, and I was asking him, do I need to get bees to, pollinate my apple tree? And he was like, well, do you have bees around you? And I happened to notice last year during the middle of the day in my garden, there are so many honeybees, I cannot move in the garden in the daytime. Not for fear of being stung, just because they're everywhere and I don't want to really bother their pollen collection. Not too much you really should be doing with plants during the day anyway.
Well, like I said, I've been waiting since I got them to be able to open that hive, because the minute that I open
Have you opened it yet?
No, I can't.
When can you open it? What are the rules on that?
Well, there's no rules. It just needs to be warm enough, because you got to remember they have to maintain that at 93.
Oh, at the 93, even through the winter.
So if I pop that open, they lose all their heat, and they're going to have to bring that back up to 93 degrees.
Mm,
and I don't want to make more work on my workers, because they already do everything.
True.
Okay.
Yeah, true, because I guess we found out males don't do much. So,
well, we knew that, but we're going to still cover them, because that's what we do.
Oh, yeah, we need to know their function in the hive. I'm sure they have some function. I mean, I guess we're, deducing them down to the lowest form, but
right.
I mean, compared to the queen and the workers, they've got some pretty big shoes to fill.
Oh, yeah, and they don't. You know,
So,
typical men, typical men.
Right, right. I mean, not, I mean, we say that, but like
Right.
I said, there's a lot of animals that are male that do most of the work.
Uh-huh.
I just find it interesting, because since we're considered mammals, right? So we would,
Penguins,
you know,
that's like the only one I know though.
eagles. I thought the eagle male would sit on the egg
Male
sometimes.
does do some, but then again, that depends on the species of eagle.
True, true. I know
And
bald eagles because they're
yeah,
pairs.
I've been watching these bald eagles forever, and they do pair, and the male is active, and he does try, and he does have his fair share. And in some cases, the male is even more nurturing than the female is.
Right. Yeah, because we have a lot of bald eagle cams here in Minnesota.
Yeah.
And
Mm-hmm.
and so we watched them, and it was sad. I don't know if people saw that there was a eagle egg that after one of our large snowstorms cracked.
Oh,
And yeah, the naturalists said they'd never seen anything like that before. So they don't know what happened. Maybe she stepped on it and didn't see it under the snow when she came back,
I'm just
or what.
known that Harriet has been missing for over a month, and they can't find her. Bald eagle. And
Mhm.
she had two eaglets when she disappeared. And when I say like she disappeared, like she's just gone, like she's on camera, which she has like a radio tag, but it's gone. It's just gone. She's just gone.
Interesting.
So if anybody,
They were talking about, um, speaking of eagles, apparently a few months ago, they arrested, I think it was like Oklahoma, maybe Kansas, one of those states down there. They arrested some people for killing an eagle, and they were illegals, or however you want to say that. They weren't from here. They didn't know that they weren't supposed to be killing the eagle, and I guess a lot of people are outraged. But apparently, it's not a big federal crime like everybody thinks, and that's mainly where the outrage is coming from. And I thought that was interesting because we've always been told you can't do that. Like it's a federal offense, but apparently they shot the eagle and were going to eat it, and it's like a misdemeanor.
it is a misdemeanor.
Yeah, I thought it was a bigger charge.
Well,
I don't know if that was
I don't
just
know if it would still be considered a misdemeanor with Trump's change of the thing with the animals.
right with the federal. That's what I thought, but apparently eagles are not covered. But I would have thought, if we have endangered
And
species,
again, it would depend on the species.
well, yeah, but if we have all these endangered species, right, you would think that you wouldn't just be able to take them out.
Well, if it's an endangered species and is on that list, then you can't.
Yeah, but apparently killing. I thought bald eagles were federally protected, but
They,
apparently they are not.
they absolutely are, but because they weren't American citizens and quote unquote didn't know our laws, they let them go with it.
I mean, that could be true.
If it was an
I just thought
American
that was
citizen,
interesting in eagle
I
news,
to believe it was a whole different way.
Well, this is the time of year that eagles, are start having their babies. So it's just interesting.
And we're seeing all of them dropping right now. We've seen a lot of bald eagle deaths from getting poisoned mice and other animals.
Which is true, and I feel bad right now, but I am at war with mice currently. Um and I cannot. I had to pull out the big guns. I couldn't do it. They ruined my stove. We are at war.
Oh,
So I
thanks, man.
feel bad right now. Yes, we
Catch
appreciate
it
you
with
guys.
again sometime soon. Dare to
We
be
talk
different.
about many, many different things you actually might find interesting.
Yeah.
All different topics. So, you never
But
know what you're going to
dare
get
to
here.
be different, dare to be you, and dare to learn to love yourself unconditionally, bro. Have a good night.
Yeah, absolutely. Um, But yeah, I just thought it was interesting with all the other bald eagle news lately and just eagle news. And since we've been talking about animals, because they are an integral part,
Yeah,
of this whole thing.
for sure.
Well, I mean, you just don't realize, there are certain studies that talk about, how
Dude,
much food production we'd lose without
I'm
bees and these other
totally
animals.
a bald eagle junkie, man. Like, I'll admit it.
I just find it fascinating. They're honestly, and I see a lot of them here where I live, and they're a lot bigger than you think.
And we also have a mated couple. Um, I can't. I get them mixed up, but we have a mated couple that laid like 3 eggs and they never hatched. But something happened, and this is another reason that I watched it, because something happened that drove them off the nest, and we don't know what it was, but they acted really funny for like 2.5 days, and they left the eggs unattended and did a bunch of weird stuff, and then they came back to them, and then they never hatched.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting.
And it makes you wonder, especially when we've seen, okay, so like in this past year in general, right? We've seen some strange animal behavior. Even in bees, you have that, what is it called? Like missing hive syndrome or,
Ooh, I just put that together. That would have been the same time framing that the derailings and things were happening.
oh, where are those eagles located?
I even might want to say that they are on the Ohio camp.
Oh, if they're out there, then that could be what occurred potentially. Yeah, they say the wildlife,
They
you
might be the
know,
Pennsylvania ones, though, too.
but that's close enough though because they said anywhere within 500 miles, really. You know, I mean, no one knows for sure, but we do know what uncured spinal chloride does. Oh, tiny goaties. Is she all right? Red has a new tiny baby goat. Um, that she's nursing back to health and life. Um, it came early. Um, her name is Sonora. She's very cute. Um, but I think she's been having just a little bit of a rough start in life. But that happens occasionally with goats, especially. Sometimes they just need a little bit more care, a few extra calories, a little bit more warmth, being inside by the wood stove. That I think all of that does help. Um, sometimes we do have to intervene, you know. Not that red goats don't do an amazing job by themselves taking care of their babies, because they do. But sometimes, if you don't want nature to take its course, you do have to intervene. And that is one of those times. So that's what Red is doing right now. I'm sure her and Scrappy are trying to get little Sonora, and I'm sure she explained earlier, we call her Sonora because shake, 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 Sonora. 'Cause she was like, uh, really living when she came up. So, but you got to have
Sorry,
fun with the
I have
name.
a
No,
very
you're fine.
drastic
I was just
little
explaining and
dog.
filling time.
I have a very drastic little
Oh, it's
dog.
worse than little.
Oh,
And
was that Frito?
yeah,
Yes.
Frito got corrected by the big dog and freaked the heck out.
He did. I thought he killed him.
Yeah, and it wasn't, it's never as bad as Frito makes it sound.
Yeah,
No, Frito literally makes it seem like he's dead.
he's
Yeah.
looking at you like, yeah.
Yeah, we're telling all your secrets, Frito. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We're letting all the people know, Frito.
You're a drama queen.
Literally.
Total drama
I
queen.
thought that was the goat
No.
because the way it screamed, it was like, ah! And it
No.
screamed like a little goat, did it not?
Probably.
Yeah, it was like,
Frito's
Sorry
like
for
that
the
though,
yippee.
dude. He just like The big dog was like, "No, you're
Who,
not."
Thor?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, of course.
and he was like, "No," and then Frito tried to dominate.
Frito is a tiny dog for new listeners and people out there. Frito is a tiny little corgi Chihuahua dog, and it thinks that it is a large dog, and Thor is a wolf. So let's just go there.
Right. And
Frito can never.
Yep.
right.
He's
And
like, I will
so
smack
Frito
you down.
decided he was going to try to dominate the big male wolf, and he was like growled at him, and then Frito bit him on the lip, and then
Did he really?
yeah,
Wow. Frito's brave.
Frito's a
He's a little
schmuck.
scrappy.
Frito is brave. Good for Frito.
And he bit him on the lip, which he does all the time.
I legit thought it was the goat because the goat came in the house. I was like, so like, talking about goat updates and no, it was just for thanks, Frito. This moment has been brought to you by Frito.
Yeah, Frito Lay. Schmuckazoid.
He is a schmuckazoid because I mean, I was literally we were talking about see again with the animal.
And we are not sponsored by Frito Lay. Let's also just say
Yes.
No, that's just the dog.
She's stuck with Frito
right.
Bandito.
He is the little tiny Frito Tito Bandito.
But hey, anybody out there in Frito Lay land that may want to be sponsored by you.
Yeah, give the dog a little Frito costume. We'll dress him up like a little chip bag or something.
Dude, he is a little corn chip. Like, we can make it happen. Yeah.
We could. That is true. But yeah, I just think it's interesting though, especially because I think everybody's ready for spring right now.
Right.
And me dealing with all of the snow up here. You guys have even had a lot of snow for the valley.
Yes, we have.
Yeah. I mean, everybody, and let's, Intermountain West, I mean, that everybody's gotten snow out there. Flooding concerns. I mean, spring will be a happy sight once it starts breaking in certain areas. Other areas, it seems like spring and fall never left the rest of the country.
Right.
They've had extremely mild temperatures, severe weather all winter, tornadoes, all the hazards, giant hail.
Yeah, hail caused those 3 accidents yesterday.
Yeah, true.
You guys had hail?
Yeah,
for
we
like
did.
10 minutes. And it caused like 3 big accidents right down the highway.
Is that what your post was about? Like, check on your people on 17?
Yeah, I drove by and one was flipped over on the side.
Oh my goodness.
Them.
And Colorado's notorious for hail, so I mean, there's that. But I mean, hail in the winter, you're not expecting that.
No.
I wouldn't be.
Yeah, spring though.
So,
I mean, it's possible, but and you guys are at elevation, but still.
Probably out of towners that can't drive. Just saying.
So I want
Fresno, California, Casimiro said, just got hard hit within the last 2 hours with rain, hail, and flooding. Now, to be completely honest, I have not checked any radar or anything at all today. I had a very packed day. But I will check in with my team after the show about what's going on. But there is supposed to be severe weather tonight. There could be actually things going on currently.
I do want to go into our book, Secrets Don't Tell, The Encyclopedia of Hypnotism by Carla Emery. Remind everybody that we have to read it verbatim and then we can discuss it and section it down like we have been. And that she had to go into hiding to write this. And then after releasing and doing everything, she died, mysteriously. That being said, We are at this how to program an unknowing hypnotic subject,
Hmm.
right? So
Right.
Esterbrook's estimated that 10 hours of hypnosis would be enough to accomplish the basic intention. However, he recommended a 10-month regimen for candidates who were to be both personality split and highly trained. What he called candidates were not volunteers. His basic procedure, given in Hypnotism, page 195, for creating the unknowing hypno-program subject began with a disguised induction. It then proceeded to suggested amnesia, sealing against hypnotic competition, and the giving of a post-hypnotic suggestion, for instance, reinduction by cue. Covertly, one, covertly identify a specimen of the 20% of persons who are genetic somnambulists and easily can go to an amnesic depth of trance, inducted by a disguised method. Number two, while the subject is in trance, give a
That's interesting. But hold on, let's
Okay.
screw. That's
Right?
interesting because that means that some people, and this could make sense too, why, like we've talked about this before, like how in hypnosis some people are can get more into it than others,
Right.
can allow it to go deeper, so to speak. I just thought that was interesting that they actually do say that there is a mechanism for that.
Right. So number two, while the subject is in a trance, give a post-hypnotic suggestion for him to become deeply hypnotized again whenever the hypnotist gives a certain cue, such as tugging the left earlobe with the right hand. 3. Also give a post-hypnotic suggestion which will deny the subject any conscious knowledge of this hypnosis or any subsequent one that causes an artificial selective amnesia for all hypnosis events. Now, skirt, I want you to think about something right now, right? Okay, you with me? You here? Hello. I feel like Ellenberg right now. Hello.
Woo-hoo.
Woo-woo. Calling all colors. Okay, so. Hello.
I kept going. I think she got dipped out again.
No, she's there. It says she's there.
And then I kept getting off.
She might be off doing something
Oh, okay.
to a degree.
Yeah.
Okay, but regardless, what I was going to say is if we think about them and saying like all these little symbols and things that everybody keeps bringing up with the Illuminati and all of this, are these hypnotic signals? They could be hypnotic symbols that are triggering the exact things that we're talking about, Scarlett.
That is possible.
Like when we say like maybe they're hearing something that we didn't hear, maybe the symbol triggers them
in a trance.
And they really aren't, we're not the same.
Maybe.
And then number 4, it says to give a post-hypnotic suggestion that nobody else can hypnotize this subject. That's called sealing. And then 5, give a suggestion under hypnosis that the subject will act in trance just as if awake, called waking hypnosis. See, again, are these symbols and things that everybody's focusing on? Because think about how much is being thrown in our face right now. All these Illuminati things where people are like, oh, look, there's an Illuminati symbol. Oh, look, they're making an Illuminati symbol with their hands. They're doing a symbol with their this. They're doing a symbol with their that. Are these triggers?
Dang, they won't let me talk.
Oh.
Yes, that could be.
What now?
Absolutely could be triggers.
Right. Triggers that are, and again, it could be triggering that amnesia effect. So you're not even going to know.
That's true too. And considering a lot of the mind, we know, but we don't know.
Right.
Let's say.
And they're weird.
Mm-hmm. I wonder the danger, from what we know about altars and other things, locking certain elements inside.
Right.
Kind of triggering in reverse, kind of like some kind of the spotless mind effect.
Yep. So then Esther Books also suggests the creation of hypnoprogram messengers to convey secret information. He called for hypnotic conditioning in individuals who risk capture, such as Air Force pilots, to reinforce resistance against enemy interrogation and brainwashing, and he experimented with murder caused by indirect suggestion.
Did you just say murder by indirect suggestion?
Yes. Yes, we did.
Wow.
He experimented with murder caused by indirect suggestion or hypnotism.
Wow. So we're just allowed. Okay, good. Good to know. Mm-hmm.
No, because remember earlier we read that none of his experiments were volunteers.
Yeah.
He just picked them at like random or whatever.
Right. Well, who at least were compatible with the experiment.
Right, with the experiment, correct. So Wiener links computer research with neuroscience. Norbert Wiener, a professor of mathematics at MIT, organized a 1942 conference called Problems of Central Inhibition in the Nervous System. That's Pavlovian terminology, meaning problems in hypnotic induction.
Right.
Wiener's organization.
A way to break through the psyche.
Right. Wiener's organizational backup and funding for this very significant meeting came from the Hosea Macy Foundation, a false front funding and facilitating conduit for secret government research. Cybernetics. In 1942, the Hosea Macy Foundation funded and sponsored a symposium where prominent mathematicians, engineers, and psychologists kicked off the new science of cybernetics. This was the first of a series of cybernetic conferences that the OSS covertly sponsored via the Macy Foundation, and Wiener defined cybernetics as the entire field of control and communication theory, whether in the machine or in the animal.
Interesting.
So the specific purpose of that meeting was to begin development of a common vocabulary and shared concepts, machine as human as machine. The long-term goals of cybernetics were to create 1, machines with a human or more human ability to remember, learn, and plan. And 2,
AI.
yes.
Early AI. Listen to that. I mean, that is what it was.
2, human beings who would obey like machines, predictably, instantly, absolutely, and unconsciously.
At that point, though, you have to remind yourself where we were. World War II.
Right.
We're in the middle of the throes. Would you say 1942?
Yes.
Okay, so remind ourselves where we are in time. Allied, Axis, you've got all that going on. Hitler taking over the world. 1942, we're pretty deep into it at this point. We're almost towards the end of the war than the beginning. Finding a force that could have been beneficial to the military-industrial complex at the time, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they had limited technology for what we know. Let's put it like that. We've done our research here over the many years we've been on air, so we know they know a lot more.
Right.
So at that time, what they wanted to release, this is what their idea was. And isn't it interesting? Now, if you think about this symposium probably set up a lot of the operations that we talked about afterwards, that we talked about going throughout the 50s, 60s, and 70s.
Correct.
Especially with the experiments with like the LSD and, trying to create this chemical super soldier to some degree.
Right.
Maybe we'll find out more, but I think that it wasn't as easy to break in as they thought. There was a way to do it for sure, because we know that in the end, right?
Right.
But I think that this symposium or these ideas first starting might have been when they branched out to some of these other ideas like chemical or other interference.
Right.
To get to that means of interface or transhumanism as we know it now, but that would be like the first time.
Go back, Tim.
So, isn't that interesting? So that's so many, many years ago.
Yeah, for sure. And you're free to go.
Oh, welcome back, Tim. Welcome back.
Oh,
I'm just okay. So humans could become mechanized only if the intricacies of philosophical brain function could be understood. The cybernetics accepted Pavlov's view of the human mind as a central nervous system dominated knowable linkage of technical mechanisms. They set out to study and experiment with minds, the same way they had already experimented with salamander cells and molecules. Cybernetics moved forward rapidly toward its dual goals of building a conscious machine as nearly alive as possible and an unconscious on-command human who could function as nearly like a machine as possible. So they were literally running them side by side. These experiments, literally. And then there's like the big circle on this page, and it says false fronts. So, like you said, during World War II, OSS and CIA research objectives were often pursued and funded by linkage organizations which channeled OSS CIA money, but kept the source of their money and directives a secret.
Was the CIA actually the CIA even then?
What?
Was the CIA even CIA then?
I'm guessing that's what it.
I mean, I know they're saying CIA, but I know at some point that they were actually created.
OSS.
Okay, yeah. See, so I mean, this was like the early days.
Yeah, so the Joseph Macy Foundation, the Society for the Investigation of Human Ecology, based at Cornell.
Is Joseph Macy the Macy Corporation? You know what I mean? Like I don't know, but I just ask.
I don't know.
I didn't research that, but let me go look. I'll go look that up. Nothing wrong with looking it up while we're on here.
The JiF Foundation for Medical Research and the Group for the Advancement of Psychiatry were all false front organizations that channeled covert agency funds. The Group for the Advancement of Psychiatry sponsored brainwashing research, symposia, and publications such as fractures used to increase the susceptibility of individuals to forceful indoctrination. The Society for the Investigation of Human Ecology channeled funds into research on creating amnesia for recent events by means of electroshock treatments, research on programming by forced listening to a repeated taped message, and hypnosis, and so on. The Jose Macy Foundation sponsored research and publications on narco-hypnosis and cybernetics.
Narco meaning there's asleep while they're hypnotized.
Right. So
Well,
then,
you know, because it seems like he was like basically the father of like, you know, like biofeedback, you know, that they use now to
right,
kind of like retrain your brain and such.
right,
Okay, but what I found out about this Josiah Macy Jr. Foundation, or Macy Foundation, was a philanthropic foundation founded in 1930 by Kate Macy Ladd in honor of her father, Josiah W. Macy Jr.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Night. I'll talk to you tomorrow, honey.
okay.
Watch out, Thor.
Thanks, Scrappy.
Thank you. Where's Thor? Come on, baby.
Thor.
Come on, baby.
Come on.
Go,
Thor.
baby.
Come on.
All right.
Stop trying to escape Thor.
He is too.
I know. I could just feel him trying to go out the door with her. Like, oh, she going out? I'm going out
I
too.
want to go. All right, good night.
Yeah, he's
But
like,
it's a medical education nonprofit. Apparently, it's one of the only national foundations solely dedicated to improving the education of health professionals.
right,
So
right,
it's interesting. Now, I just find it an interesting note that when you look at the Wikipedia and the C also, you get Macy conferences and MK Ultra.
right.
Oh, and they ended in 1960.
Okay, all
These
right.
Macy conferences. There was 160 over the 19 years the program was active.
Interesting.
It does not. The phrase Macy conference does not only apply to those on cybernetics, although it's sometimes used that way informally by those familiar only with that set of events. The disciplinary isolation within medicine was viewed as problematic by the Macy Foundation, and their mandate was to aid medical research, and they decided to do something about it.
Right.
So that's interesting, because if you look at today, interdisciplinary discipline is the standard.
Right.
So that's very interesting that they wanted them to be well-rounded, and it still ended up going a different way.
Right.
You know, I mean, I just find that interesting that that was their goal, and I'm sure that they do a great job educating. I'm not going to discount their foundation since it's been in existence since 1930, but their basic goal and tenet did kind of get lost. That your specialty is the most important. That's usually what you focus on only, and you don't kind of well-round yourself with all the topics.
Yeah, what Tim said.
Oh, yeah. That's what we're going to call it, stay of execution. I'll make the episode tonight after we get off air. Everybody tune in for that. That is going to be about the update about the Silicon Valley Bank in that whole debacle. Because one update that I would like to give everybody, since we don't know, we'll do a little prediction quick and we'll get back into what we were talking about. Futures on everything are up. Now, earlier today, Tim sent me the futures, and they were down, down, down. Now, ever since this announcement, futures are up, including even Bitcoin is going to be going up by 800%. Futures say by the morning. Like 800% point. So basically, we got saved, and most people won't realize it. And so we're going to talk about that and the repercussions thereof. So tune in tomorrow. Oh, and Red will be there too, y'all. By the way, Red has herself muted right now, but Red will also be there. It should be a good show, everybody. So our first roundtable show in many, probably a year or two, honestly. We've been all, just kind of getting back to broadcasting and getting all of our hosts back on the network. But this is an important roundtable show. We just thwarted something that could have been catastrophic and detrimental to everyone. So, it's almost like an episode of 24, in a way. That's what I mean. It's up $800, and it's up 800% points, which, I mean, that's doing pretty good. Was that by design to bump it? They said they wouldn't bail it out, then they bailed it out. That whole situation needs to be talked about. I mean, they, within a 5-hour period, made two very distinct different statements, which shows that something happened. Futures after the announcement that Janet Yellen wouldn't do anything tanked. Then later on, she says, yes, we're going to bail them out. We're going to cover all the deposits, at least the people who want to pull their money out. And that's where we're at now. And now futures are up. Now, the one thing I'd be interested to know is the Nikkei should be open soon, as well as after midnight, 2 o'clock-ish Central, we should also have Great Britain. We should start getting the FTSE. We should start getting all of the other worldwide indexes to kind of give us an idea of what's happening. You back yet, Red? Yeah, apparently now is not the time to kill the dollar in the economy. Total reversal from this point. That's what I mean. They literally flipped 360 degrees. I didn't think they would reverse their decision once they came out and said it. Usually, Janet Yellen sticks to her guns. So somebody somewhere said, no, we can't do this. Yeah, because, Tim had found out that Shopify and I know Etsy both had all of their deposits in that bank. Their checking account was out of that bank. So that would have even just dropped two of the largest e-commerce real retailers.
Right.
For individual consumers. And it might have hit quite a few large companies, obviously, but the little guy was going to stand to get hit the worst, not getting paychecks, not being paid for their goods, etc. Hey, Darren, we've missed you, bud. How's it down under? We just got UNWT Oz going. Hope you liked that page over there. We missed you too, buddy. We missed you too. Yep, physical gold and silver is an option for people. I definitely think. But too, we always have to remember that anything is dependent on what people make it worth.
Right.
If they don't want us to have gold and silver, they'll tank that too.
Right. Truth.
Honestly, truly. I mean, we used to deal with salt. Okay,
right.
If me and Red wanted to trade, I'd be like, yo, Red, I got the salt. I'd be like, Scarlet, that's a good trade. And what do you got for that? Oh, I got this goat for your salt. Okay, I will take that goat for the salt.
Right.
And then we would trade. And you could pay your debts in salt even too.
right?
I would like to go back to that. Can we start using just
Well,
a bartering method?
let's
Because, have we noticed like those videos, where somebody takes like a paper clip and like trades it for a penny and then like trades it for something else and like eventually they get a house?
right,
Like it's possible.
right,
It's all about perception.
right,
And that's really, in the end, what we've been talking about throughout this whole series is perceptions,
right.
conceptions of ideas.
Uh-huh.
The mind is a very layered place
Right.
that can be brought to very dark and twisty ends.
Right. So that brings us in the book, right,
Yes.
to the military mind control research beginning.
Mm-hmm.
Very little information on the topic appears in open source literature. Secret investigations can be presumed to have been undertaken by a number of police and intelligence systems. It is conceivable that some unknown discoveries or applications may have been made. The two major sources of information about them are practitioners of the art and their victims, and the former are generally required to guard the details of their craft as secrets. The latter may have a limited perception, understanding, and memory of what they have experienced. That is in Blake and Biederman and Zimmer. The manipulation of human behavior, pages 12 to 13. The Air Force sponsored the publication of Biederman and Zimmerman's 1961 collection of articles on brainwashing, hypnosis, and interrogation, called The Manipulation of Human Behavior. In Dr. Blake's introduction to that book, quoted above, he mentioned that which was not told and supposedly could not be known. There is no doubt, however, that military interest in mind control technologies increased during World War II and has continued ever since.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it goes into Watkins' experiments. During and shortly after World War II, every research hypnotist that I know of did work relevant to military uses of hypnosis. J.G. Watkins was a fraudulent hypnotist who made a career of research studies involving hypnotic coercion. In 1939, he reported causing antisocial compulsions in hypnotic subjects. In 1941, he published a case of hypnotic trance induced in a resistant subject in spite of active opposition. Conditioned subjects don't resist induction. A subject, 21-year-old nurse, military hospital, was accustomed to being hypnotized by Watkins. For his experiment, Watkins put a dollar bill in her hand and said she could keep it if she managed to resist being hypnotized by him. She tried, she shut her eyes, plugged her ears. She loudly talked, even shouted as it began the trance induction, then speaking close to her ear. Watkins said, "My voice will gradually reach you, and you will hear it in spite of your shouting. You will begin to feel very uncomfortable. There will be a pain in your head which will grow and grow. It becomes stronger, much stronger. After a while, it will become excruciating. It will be unbearable, and everything in you will cry out for relief. But the only way out of the intense pain will be to enter a deep sleep. Watkins, 1941, page 29. After 3 minutes, the nurse paused in her shouting and said, "My God, but it hurts." Then she went back to fighting. After 6 minutes, she flung the money at him, saying, "Here, take it," and went into deep trance. He said that once her unconscious had accepted the suggestion of having a headache, her only escape from the headache was to enter trance. So he's now linked it with pain.
Mm.
Oh, mice.
Don't say nothing about mice.
I know.
Not allowed.
Interrogation use of hypnosis.
I mean that.
I know. Watkins joined the military in 1943 and continued his research before an audience of 200 professionals. During a demonstration of interrogation under hypnosis, he asked for a volunteer, a WAC who was visiting from Aberdeen proving grounds where they were researching a secret rocket fuel, offered to be his subject. He hypnotized her, then he told her that he was her first sergeant and asked her a series of questions. She answered them all, and he ended by asking her what was the formula for the top secret fuel. At this moment, a high-ranking officer present stepped in and said, "I think we've gone far enough. In the interest of military secrecy, we'll have to stop at this point." It was apparent to all that this girl would have unconsciously divulged genuine confidential information which would have subjected her to court-martial if she had been permitted to continue. Watkins' Antisocial Compulsions, Induced under Hypnotic Trance, page 258. Watkins demonstrated hypnosis with 7 military men, all trained to instant induction on cue, given blanket amnesia for all time in trance. He asked the first, who was not yet hypnotized, if he could keep military information secret. The subject said yes. Watkins then said, "Captain S here will give you a bit of information in order you not to divulge it to me under any. Remember, if you tell me you are disobeying a direct military order." The subject went over to Captain S, who whispered something to him, then came back and sat in his chair by Watkins with a definite expression on his face. Watkins handed a yellow pencil to his subject, the conditioned induction cue. He immediately dropped into a deep trance. Watkins said to him, "I am Captain S. I just gave you a piece of information you were not to divulge. I want to see if you remember it." "Corporal, what is it?" The subject said, "Company B will leave at 2100 tonight." Watkins looked over at Captain S, who nodded confirmation. Watkins gave his subject the wake-up cue, then asked him, "Did you divulge the message?" The subject said, "No, and you can't get it out." Company B will leave at 2100 tonight, Watkins said. The subject looked amazed. He insisted he did not tell Watkins. He said the Captain S must have done it. Watkins then put a $10 bill in front of the subject. That was a lot of money, enough to pay a week's rent on an apartment. Watkins said he would test him again. That $10 bill is yours if you do not tell the message. The corporal went to Captain S and received a message. He came back to his chair and sat down where the money lay on a table right in front of him. As he was looking at the bill, Watkins handed him that yellow pencil, and the subject dropped into deep trance. Again, Watkins got the message. Watkins woke the subject. The corporal realized the experiment was over. He said, "The $10 bill is mine, isn't it?" He reached toward it. Again,
Welcome back, Red.
Oh, I haven't been here.
I don't know. It just popped you out for like 1 second, but I know because it switched you to the other side.
I see.
Yeah.
Genuinely angry now, the subject said he was being cheated. He had no memory of his times under the trance. Watkins said, "Let's try it once more. This time you can earn the $10 bill if you will just stay awake, do not go to sleep, fight back, and refuse to go into trance." The subject replied, rather belligerently, that he expected resisting the induction to be easy. "Just try to put me to sleep." Watkins again handed him the yellow pencil. Subject blinks a moment or two and then sinks back into a deep trance. Watkins did the same experiment with all 7 subjects. All 7 responded the same as the first. Suggested murder. One day, Watkins demonstrated his hypnotic control before the assembled staff where he worked. His subject was a 20-year-old private who had a good military record and a conscientious nature. He gave the well-trained subject his induction cue. The subject then sat with bowed head and closed eyes. Watkins told the head psychiatrist and director of the hospital, a neuroptic division, a lieutenant colonel, to stand about 10 feet in front of the subject. And Watkins said to the subject, "In a minute, you will slowly open your eyes. In front of you, you will see a dirty soldier. A dirty Japanese soldier. He has a bayonet and is going to kill you unless you kill him first. You will have to strangle him with your bare hands." The subject opened his eyes. Suddenly, in a flying tackle, he dove at the lieutenant colonel, knocking him against the wall, and with both of his hands, he was a powerful, husky lad, began strangling the man. It took the instinctuous assistance of 3 others to break the soldier's grip, pull him off of the officer, and hold him until the experimenter could quiet him back into a sleep condition. Literally caused him to like attack himself. Like
So he
brainwashed him to attack him.
Yeah.
It was wow.
How do you kill yourself without?
Yeah, it's a little bit crazy there. So Watkins repeated this experiment with another hypnotic subject that was a 21-year-old lieutenant who was small, 120 pounds, short, and normally of a mild-mannered disposition. Watkins gave the same hallucination and instruction. This time the man placed in front of the hypnotic subject as the Japanese soldier was the subject's close friend. The hypnotized lieutenant lunged forward with murderous intent. At that moment, the situation seriously departed from script. The subject pulled out and opened a pocket knife which nobody knew he had. Only the quick intervention of witnesses and an upward wrist parry by the officer friend and the Japanese soldier prevented a serious stabbing. Brainwashing research begins. Edward Hunter, an American journalist, first used the term brainwashing in an article for the Miami News. Brainwashing tactics forced Chinese into ranks of Communist parties, September 24th, 1950. Brainwashing stresses a person who is in a controlled environment and cannot escape to a psychological breaking point in order to cause conversion to a predetermined point of view. It turned out that Americans were susceptible to brainwash techniques also. During the Korean War, captured Americans were made to confess ridiculous crimes against the Korean or Chinese people. Afterwards, some professed a belief in communism so sincere that long after reparation back to the US, they still stood on the street corners handing out communist propaganda pamphlets. And for the first time in American military history, 22 prisoners chose to stay with their Chinese captors instead of accepting reparation. The U.S. military hit back with prison terms for the converts, but they also began an intense research effort to understand how it was done. Brainwashing research explored pharmacology, hypnosis, sleep deprivation, semi-starvation, and group conformity pressure. This was in Blake and Biderman, page 2. And then later on, we're going to cover more on brainwashing technologies. But we're going to stop there. for the night in the book, because that leaves us now on secret agencies, secret research, and secret operations to pick up next week. And
All right.
so that's going to be OSS ends and CIA begins, and national security.
Okay, there we go. I
Right,
knew that they had some transition.
right. So the national security agencies and new branch of psychology, military psychology.
NSA, our friends, the NSA.
It says for the first time, a secret government agency had covertly generated a propaganda blitz in the domestic media for the purpose of ensuring passage of legislation favoring its own growth and power. A new political era had begun in the United States. Did you hear that, G?
Mm, yeah, that's a whole lot of no.
Now, please remember that we are back in the 40s.
Mm-hmm.
And did you hear that? So now they want to convince us that they didn't alter voting or some other stuff.
Mm. You know, and we've brought that up a few times. How people just could not see the other side.
Right,
And it almost seems like there was a mental block, and it was like we were watching the same program, but people were getting two different things out of it.
right.
Mm.
Coming up will be Project Bluebird, Artichoke, MK Ultra.
Which we did cover these in depth previous.
I mean, we're going to go in depth about it, but I mean, they are going to talk about them, so that's kind of cool.
No, that'll be interesting because this will be from a little bit different perspective.
Right, and, somebody else finding out the information.
I mean, yeah, because we did our shows, on this for years. So
What?
that's interesting that I said we did shows on those for years. We probably spent 2 years talking about all the government programs and etc.
Right.
At least. So it'll be interesting to come back around to it for sure.
For real, for real.
And with a new perspective, new set of eyes, new experiences since then.
Right. Yeah,
So it should be fantastic.
coming up.
Yeah, we definitely appreciate everybody for being here tonight and joining us.
Real. We've had
Glad to see you, Darren and Tim. Thanks for joining us.
Yes, thank you. So we will definitely look forward to next week diving further into, secret agencies, secret research, and secret operations. Again, in Secret Don't Tell, the Encyclopedia of Hypnotism by Carla Emery. I'm also supposed to tell you guys how to get the book. I can't. It's super hard to get them, unfortunately.
Yeah, and she does say if you guys go back to the first show, we did read the beginning of the book where she talks about disseminating this information and getting it out there.
Right.
It's in the preface of the book how she wanted this information out there to wherever it could get out to.
Yes. In its entirety. That's why
in its entirety. Yep. So that's why we've been doing, this series of shows, because obviously we're not going to give you like a 30-hour show.
Right.
But we can break it up into 4, 5, 6-hour little bits, 3-hour bits to try to, with other topics mixed into, but it should be painting a picture if you've been following since the first chapter.
Mm-hmm.
There's been many different things that they've claimed they've not been able to do, but here they were.
Yeah, all the way back, in the 20s, we've even gone now.
And I think one thing too, though, is that sometimes we're not ready for the information or knowledge that they have.
Yeah.
It goes back to that leveling up. I mean, maybe you and I are ready, but does that mean the entirety of man is ready? You get my drift,
But does that give them the right to toy with them?
If it could potentially upset the natural balance of things, potentially. You can. I don't know. I think there could be certain things that you would need to protect the public from. Certain times, at times in emergency management when we deal with storms, there's a certain point where you can only tell so much to the public.
Right.
For fear of, riot or reprisal or, just total meltdown. So, I think that there's sometimes in some topics that are probably better off learning in retrospect than at the time.
Right.
So to some degree, I'll give it that. I'm not going to totally blame everybody for keeping this type of knowledge away from people, but it is rather accessible. In the same breath, like we found a lot of these topics without this book.
We did.
So it is out there for those who are curious, That is the one thing, we were talking about technology earlier with Scrappy, right? And we were talking about some of the negatives.
Right.
The one benefit and ultra positive is you can literally find out anything to any question in the palm of your hand.
Yeah.
Which before, unless your family owned encyclopedias, and even then, you only had the definition it had in there. If it had that in there. It had pretty much everything, but it didn't have everything.
Right.
And when you think about we went from that or going to the library to check out a book on that topic.
Right.
And people had to write a book about that topic for you to know about it. To literally answering any question you have in the palm of your hand is amazing.
Yeah, no, for sure.
When you really think about that fact, something that just has been hitting me lately, like, we have the opportunity, people from all walks of life and knowledge can have similar opportunities for learning. Even
Right.
a very poor person, if they have a smartphone that has internet access, they could teach themselves things.
Right.
Even from simple YouTube videos or, they could teach themselves to do anything.
Yeah.
So it's amazing what you know what I mean? You don't necessarily need a degree or to be a rocket scientist but you could learn how to be a rocket scientist on the internet. Like, you know what I mean? Like, not that you could take your whole degree online, but you get what I mean. You could understand components and ideals of it.
Right. Right.
And we live in an amazing time where just an average person who in years past would have to be connected to know knowledge like that, everybody can get knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
I find that so fascinating. So, it's all about how we use it, you guys. Just remember that.
The sick thing is that everybody can get it, but nobody is really attaining it.
No, or keeping it going. That was something that we talked about on the weather team. How it's really unusual because everybody on the weather team, and I brought up the network too at the same time, but I was like, everybody on the weather team is always constantly learning, constantly researching, constantly trying to find out, the next biggest thing. And I think that's what's missing in a lot of people's lives.
Right.
The ability to always be learning. And us here on the network, all of us are always learning or looking up something.
Belongs. The thirst for the knowledge.
You know, I think when you let that connection for learning die off
Hmm.
is when your mind starts to get feeble.
Right.
I really do. Just challenging your mind, bringing in new ideas.
Correct. I agree 100%.
Yeah, no, I do. Just something to, give everybody something to ponder, tonight.
Yeah. And I feel like it's all gonna tie together more. Don't forget about this solar eclipse coming.
Oh, yes, that energy. We did talk about that. Yes.
And guys, don't forget that Mercury is about to go into retrograde.
No.
Yes, we am.
Oh, I forgot about that. That's every 3 months, you guys. We feel like it doesn't come around that, but it's every 3 months.
Pretty much, yes.
Yeah, it's like on that 3 month cycle, and it's or it might be on a 4 month cycle. I forget. It either happens 3 or 4 times a year.
Well, it's going into retrograde on the 21st.
Pretty sure it's 4 years.
Awesome. And that'll be 3 weeks of that. And that'll be during Easter. So people be aware at your family get togethers
Right?
that there could be some, communication. Write the list. Make the group chat, write the list. Make everyone check in.
Right. And you're supposed to be working on self, and you're supposed to be focused on self and elevation, not like selfishness.
Like we were talking about earlier, the difference between like self-care and selfishness. Two very different things. You need to find a way to lift yourself up and not pour from an empty cup, but that is not by selfish means.
Right.
Learn something new for the week. Step out of your comfort zone. Do something you haven't done in a long time for yourself. That would be a way to focus on self. Go to your favorite place that you like going.
Our weekly guidance was to do yoga this week.
Oh, that would be good.
Whether it's
Yoga's always
just
good.
watching videos and mocking that, or actually, you know, doing a class.
Right.
Said yoga is what we should be doing this week.
Well, I definitely think yoga is very beneficial. There's a lot of people who have many different opinions about that, especially Christians lately. Um, but the way Hinduism was explained to me by Hindu priests, so I dare somebody to tell me that this is wrong, is that there are many Hindus who believe in Jesus.
Right.
And your beliefs aren't necessarily just held down to one deity. That's the thing with Hinduism. You believe multiple deities help. They all have levels of importance, and some people think some are more important than others. But it's about a balance of these ideals,
We can do this.
So yes,
Right.
I do think yoga is beneficial.
Right. And since we had brought it up earlier, we will be doing it in more depth next week for our spiritual message about defending the Sabbath and healing on the Sabbath day.
Right.
and defending that.
Right. We don't give ourselves in this era time to rest.
Right.
So I think the concept, and I think it's interesting to put it in the context too, is a lot of people have become, like Torah observant Christians, and they have adopted this practice where they
Mhm.
totally disconnect
Right.
and focus inward on the family.
Correct.
And I think more of us are very busy in our modern lives to do so.
I would agree.
And we need to start, like I said, we need to start focusing back in on the roots of things,
Right.
which would be spending more time with family, community, and friends.
Right.
And we can create our own communities. If the community you have isn't supportive, find your tribe of supportive people in your community, because they do exist. You just haven't met them yet.
Right. Right.
Your community could even be online. It doesn't even have to necessarily be local.
Correct.
But I think too often too, people are staying in the same comfort zones of people too. And the one thing that I've learned with the weather team is you're going to get people from all types of backgrounds, all types of walks of life.
Right.
You're not necessarily going to have that echo chamber bubble. And I think that's what a lot of people have been focusing on as of recently,
Mm-hmm.
and staying safe. When really it just takes one to reach one, teach one, as they say, and extend kindness. And then, kind of like the pay it forward thing at the drive through.
Right.
People will extend that energy, and then all of a sudden the whole community is lifted up.
Right.
People think, oh, what can I do? But it really does start with you. You wake up and you walk out of your house with a good attitude. You see your neighbor, you smile, you say, hey, Bob, how you doing? Even if you've never said hey to Bob before, you know what I'm saying? Hey, Bob.
Right.
Bob might say, you know what? The neighbor was super nice today, and I'm going to say hello to the neighbor next door to me.
Right.
So on and so forth, because now you have put Bob in a good mood, you're in a good mood, and it continues on.
Correct.
So I think a lot of people think, oh, I can't help the direction or situation or the feelings. I think people have more power than they give themselves credit.
I do agree.
Because too busy we get stuck in our own funk. And we're like, you know what? If I don't care, F the world, you know what I mean, type of attitude.
Yes.
But I think it just takes that one moment to reset and be like, you know what? If I go out and spread positivity, positivity will come back. It's like a boomerang.
It's like we've discussed many times. This whole give exactly what you get right back. That's stupid advice, because you cannot clean dirt with dirt, guys. Like,
True.
you have to do a little better. You know what I'm saying?
Dirt just creates more dirt, rubbing against more dirt. Still
Right.
dirt.
It's still dirt, though, right?
Hmm. So we got to figure it out. But I think right now we're in a very delicate balance. But I think that's the one way that everybody has control of personally, that they can take control of more of their personal interactions and how they're carrying themselves. Like, are you walking around angry? Are you, you know what I mean? Are you carrying yourself with negative energy? And some days, just aren't your day, and that's okay too. But, we really need to start thinking how standoffish we are when we leave our house, when we're exposed to other people's energies, and other energies are mixing.
Right.
Maybe if you just try to set your intention, and even be like, let's say, okay, like for instance, the grocery store, not everybody's favorite place, right? Especially right now. because you go in there and you feel like they robbed you on the way out, right?
Right. Right.
For real. But
True.
maybe if you go and set the intention, like, you know what, I'm gonna have a good experience in the store. You know, it's gonna be a genuine time. You'll be surprised what you probably go into it getting out of it. But if you go in rushed and hurried and this person needs to hurry up and, why is this person in the way? And, that type of mentality, I'd be interested to see how the rest of your day goes when you are exchanging those type of energies.
Correct.
So that's just something to be mindful of, maybe that, as we're supposed to be looking inward towards self, right? That's the one thing we can do as ourselves.
Right.
Everybody has control of it. Everybody can try. Nobody's saying you're going to be 100% successful all the time and, not be in a funky mood. But I think if we even just try to refocus one situation a week, even, I think people would be surprised at how much the outlook would change.
Right.
So that's just my little pep talk. So that's all I have to add. Make sure everybody tunes in tomorrow for the show's State of Execution, our roundtable show tomorrow, 8 p.m. Central.
Well, right. Okay. Yes.
With me and Red and Tim.
Yes.
So yeah, thank you guys for joining us. We appreciate everybody out here on the Freedom Revolution Network. We thank you. We cannot do it without you at all. If you are watching on Facebook, think about donating stars. That would actually help us out a lot here on the Freedom Revolution Network. But thank you guys for tuning in to Journey into Freedom.
Yes. Really enjoyed it this evening, and as always, look for us next week. Oh, I knew I forgot something. We forgot to do the pickle revisit. But
Oh, what about it? Yeah. Did we find anything new? Did any of them get better?
Yes, they have. They have.
Okay.
All of them. And in fact, I gave a piece to the hubby unsuspectingly. And he was like, whoa. And I was like, homemade pickle. And he was like, what? Really?
Oh, I'm sure. Was that like the zesty ones or?
No, just the regular kosher.
Mm.
But he was like, they're really pretty good. So,
Yeah, and we probably forget too how old pickles are in the store in the jar too.
yeah, that's true.
Claussens seem to be pretty fresh because they still have that cucumber bite.
Right.
But they're refrigerated too.
They are.
They are. So I think that makes a difference.
I do too.
Because so I think that's kind of like not, because I've done it in their pickle juice before too. Like I said, I've done more like the pickled vegetable thing in the past.
Right.
Just because that's usually what I end up having on hand.
Right. See, I'm just saying.
Yeah, and then I showed you that dill pickle mix.
Yeah.
And that's pretty good stuff. Then they have the pickle crisp too, which once all the canning stuff comes out, you might want to grab you a little jar of it. Because
Right.
that's going to help you with your whatever. It doesn't add flavor, but whatever mix you're doing, it is going to keep them crispier. And it's like a salt type of derivative.
Oh,
It's
cool.
kind of like a calcium chloride.
Right.
So it's supposed to help them keep crispy.
I see.
Yeah, so they don't kind of soften all the way out. And then they have that pre-made pickle mix, like I showed you in that shaker jar. That does 14 quarts.
Right.
So that's like 2 pickle jars. So I'd do like 28 pickle jars worth.
Right.
Because usually pickle jars are like half quarts.
Right. I
Because
do.
I got one of those like deli style pickles, and that's a quart of pickles. So, but maybe it's the same if the ounces are correct. I guess I haven't looked. But yes, get ready for that because we're going to be doing a lot more homesteading, a lot more gardening. At least I am. I'm going to start my planner stuff very, very soon.
Mhm. Yeah. I'm gearing up. I got the bees this year added in now. So that's good. We've got probably well, we're just gonna pick out 3 does to milk this year. But we're gonna keep them in milk all year round this year. So that we can have fresh milk because that's going up in price a lot.
Oh, milk is ridiculous.
Yeah. And so for us, we're like, well, we raise these milk goats and here we are. So
It takes a lot, though,
it
and
does.
that's no scoff on you because, like, I've milked cows, right? And cows are a lot bigger, and you get a lot more milk. But the idea and the premise is the same, right.
Mhm.
Cows just stand there.
And it's a lot of work to prepare them.
It is. Wiping down the teats, the getting everything, sanitary, the washing the glasses, the doing all that crap.
Mm-hmm. It is a lot of work, really, truly. You got to be set up for it, and you have to have an efficient method. Once you get that, though, it is easier. But I have faith this year now that you've got little babies and little ones. You'll be able to make it work.
Yeah. Well, we've been doing it now for 6.5 years.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. Like keeping milk on deck, really trying to, it hasn't been necessarily a need. It's been an extra.
Right, and
To be honest, milk was cheaper then. You could still get it from people cheap too.
we've never carried them through winter.
No, because you didn't really need it, But now with the prices, it's like
Yeah.
you almost have to because you're feeding these things. You know what I mean? Like honestly, at this point, it's like, well, we might as well get something out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Milk is starting to get just extremely obscene, especially if you even buy a gallon at a time. Gallons are close to $4 or $5.
Oh yeah, for
At
sure.
least. And especially if you're cooking with it and, folks are drinking it. I mean, it goes quick. And if you can get it for a little bit of effort, it might be worth the money. Especially I can only imagine how many gallons you could go through in a week
Right.
with everybody and with cooking. A lot of the food we eat is with dairy,
Yep.
whether
Yep.
it's soups or, dishes or whatever, It's just the way we eat.
It did for
You
sure.
know,
And
we tend to eat more farm style meals than home style meals, and that tends to have a lot of dairy.
have access to a lot of processed foods. They didn't exist then.
No, and I mean, if we do use them, think about a lot of the processed foods. What do they have you add? Dairy.
The worst kind of processed food I can remember having when I was a kid was like hamburger helper.
And they still had you add dairy.
Yeah.
You added milk and water to it. Most, if not every single one, you add at least water, but also usually milk and butter.
Right. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Honestly, so it's going to be some form of dairy. So it's like we do use it a lot. It's in a lot of our foods. And if we can save money by utilizing what you already have,
Right.
Nobody's saying you have to milk all the goats. Just make sure you start having enough to drink.
Right. That's why we
Maybe only milk 1 or 2 goats instead of everyone, because you don't need that much. You're not necessarily doing a dairy. You just need enough for personal use and to put a little up. I want to find somebody who will let me use their freeze dryer. That's what I want next, really bad, is a freeze dryer. It'd be so slick to save a lot of this stuff. It'd be worth the power. Even if you got to keep it on for days. You know what I mean? To be able to like dry out eggs and use them for the next 20 years.
Yep.
That would be decent.
We made our decision. Our next like bigger thing is going to be the dehydrator, because since we want to milk all year, we are going to have a little extra probably, which is what we're hoping for.
Yeah, you could at least powder the milk and dehydrate it.
What we want to do, and we're going to do it like probably the end of this week actually, because we want to get some of the colostrum from the moms and get that powdered up so that we don't have to buy any.
Yeah, do the square dehydrator. The circle one is hard with liquids. Get a square one.
Yep.
That's my advice. I have the circle one. It's just a lot more work, and then stuff gets in those crevices in the circle trays.
Right.
And it's just easier to clean a square. Just trust me on that one. If I could give anybody advice, we just didn't know. Like my parents and I had gotten that one years and years ago when I was still living at home, because we wanted to do jerky and fruit leather and all the things you can do with the dehydrator, which is a lot of things. And I might start dehydrating more stuff this year too. Hell, even leftovers. You know what got me thinking about it though? There's this couple on Facebook that are like backpacking across the country, and they dehydrated all their meals.
Right.
And then shipped them along. And everything they've made so far, dehydrated. Now, there's certain things that they said you probably wouldn't want in it for reconstitution purposes.
Right.
But a lot of shit they dehydrated. Which made me think, instead of letting, food go to waste, maybe we should just be dehydrating it. You know what I mean?
For sure. Because see, I was thinking about this, and I'm like, okay, so colostrum, and everybody
Right.
said go buy powdered colostrum at whatever, whichever big store,
Right. Insert farm store here,
insert farm store here, and it's like, okay, well, what used to not be that much, I roll into like get this year, and it's like, whoa, what? No, I will not pay that. That's horrendous. What was $20 last year is like 43 this year. And then
that's like 100% price increase. You know what I mean? Like,
right. And it's like, now wait a minute. You know what I'm saying? And then it's like, okay, well, what's the smarter option? Just milk the mom and get the colostrum from mom. She may not like it, but hey, that's what's going to happen. You know what I mean?
right.
And so the first mom that we really have had any opportunity to do, unfortunately, we've had to give to the preemie. But
we have like 36 ounces of colostrum in there.
Yeah. And so freezing it takes up a lot of space. You know what I mean? Like, especially when I'm running on this solar fridge freezer situation and all of that. And it only stores for so long. You know what I mean?
Right.
To take it and freeze dry, or well, freeze dry would be optional, but dehydrate it, and then you take that and then you would just grind it in like a little coffee grinder even. And now you've got powdered colostrum better than what you could buy at the store for $43. At least now you know exactly where it came from. It's your own farm's line of milk and colostrum. So you know you're not bringing anything bad in. Do you know what I mean? And that
Yep.
is especially important when all of this stuff is going on right now, all across the board with all different animals. But like, I'm not involved in all of them, but like the goat circles where everybody's having aborted babies, malnourished babies, malnourished does and bucks for just no apparent reason while feeding, store brand feeds and mutilated babies, mutations, um, stillborn, not developed. The list goes on. I've seen a lot of them this year, more than any other year. The chickens on the store-bought feed too, I've heard a lot about as well. I haven't heard anything about llamas. I haven't really heard anything on the horse feed. Dairy cows, I've heard some things about too on feed, like store-bought feeds. And so, I mean, if you're doing these things at home, like dehydrating the milk or the colostrum and then powdering it yourself, which we're really, kind of programmed that we can't do. And I mean, let's get down to the nitty gritty of it. Most of my whole life, people are programmed that they can't do. In like an everyday sense. So it's like, whatever. But we're going to have to start going back to more of those simple things. Like, you don't have to buy powdered sugar. You can take your sugar and put it in like the coffee grinder and grind it. And guess what? It turns to a powder. Powdered sugar. Boom. This year, keeping 3 does that we plan on milking year round will keep us in the flow of milk, hopefully give us some to be able to dehydrate, and like be able to do stuff more year round now instead of just one time in a year and having to squeeze everything into that time, which should start lightening up some of the stress on the homestead around this time of year, because it opens up stuff like soap making and all that for later in the year, because it's powdered. It's not really taking up a lot of space. I don't have to freeze it now. I can add it into the live. Also very nice. All right, so all of this being thrown out there at the last minute, I think we'll wrap it up.
absolutely. I mean, I guess we've been trying to wrap it up here for a minute, but
Oh wait, where'd you go?
oh, I'm here. Oh, did I go away? No, I'm back.
Yeah.
Dwayne was trying to start a group chat.
Oh, I see. I see.
Yeah, so it must have taken the mic for a second.
Uh,
So yeah, definitely tune in next week. I hope to see everybody there.
yes. Dare to be different. Dare to be you. Dare to learn to love yourself unconditionally.
From the land of 10,000 lakes. Good night, universe.
Sounds good.